So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a meeting of the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission being held virtually on Tuesday, February 25th. A few announcements. First of all, we have two postponements. One is 515 East Putnam LLC for a zoning map amendment to rezone 5 Brook Ridge Drive to be an HO. And the second one is the same address and the final site plan and special permit that pertain to that rezoning. This evening, Mr. Lowe will be departing early and Ms. Jones will be seated for him where she needs to be seated, and she is familiar with all the material we have previously discussed. In addition, if in case anybody missed it, we will be having an executive session at 10 a.m. on Friday. The calendar invite hadn't gone out the last time I looked, but you'll be surely getting it soon. And now we go to our meeting. The first thing I'd like to do is make a motion that we change the order of the meeting and that we take item 14 as the first item. Could I have a second on that?
Second. Oh, second. Yeah.
Albin has moved and Yeski has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So with that, we will go to the decision items, which are in item 14. And we have to take them in the sequence that they're presented, which is the zoning text amendment and the zoning map amendment. And then finally, the final site plan and special permit. And I believe that Mr. McRae has offered to do that.
Okay, here we go. Text amendment, 1 American Lane, PLPZ 2024-638. The applicant is seeking a zoning text amendment to amend section 6116F2 to clarify language regarding the timing of payments to the Town Affordable Housing Trust Fund and section 6116F3F to permit up to 3% of the total number of proposed units to be attached to group of clusters of 4 or 5 units. The commission finds that Westcog opined that the proposal is of local interest with a minimal intermunicipal impact. And the text amendment is in keeping with guiding principles 1, objective 1.1, 0.03, 0.04, or 0.4, and guiding principle objective 2.1, 2.4 of the 2019 POCD. Therefore, motion to approve the text amendment as proposed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Yeski has seconded. Seated on this application, hold on. Seated on this application are Albin, McRae, Jones for Wells, Lowe, and Yeski. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye. Sorry, I was muted.
And Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to the next item, which is the zoning map amendment.
Zoning map amendment, 1 American Lane, PLPZ 2024-379. Whereas the applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment to rezone 154.53 acres from the BEX 50 zone to the BEX 50R zone per section 622 of the Town of Building Zone Regulations. Commission finds the applicant has secured a text amendment establishing the BEX 50R zone on December 12, 2023, under file PLPZ 2023-303. Westcog issued comments dated 7/25/24 and again on 11/26/25, indicating that the proposal is inconsistent with the regional plan of conservation and development. The commission is aware of this COG's growth map. The map does not recognize the site's location in the Fairfield, Westchester County region and proximity of the site to the regional airport, institutional, non-residential, and higher density uses along King Street and other commercial centers within the short distance of the subject site. The map amendment is in keeping with guiding principles 1, objective 1.1, 0.3, 0.4, and guiding principle 2, objective 2.1, 0.4 of the 2019 POCD. Therefore, a motion to approve the application for zoning map amendment.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Yeski has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to the final site plan and special permit. And I take it now we all get comfortable, right?
Yeah. Put your feet up. This
Okay.
is gonna take a while.
I think it's better for you to give the motion a shot, and then if anybody has comments, they'll jump in.
Okay. One American Lane, final site plan special permit, PLPZ 2024-410. Applicant is requesting final site plan special permit approval to construct 198 new residential units, update the existing wastewater treatment facility, enlarge the existing conservation easement area, install stormwater management systems, landscaping, and other associated site improvements, and make a contribution to the Greenwich Affordable Housing Trust Fund in lieu of on a 154.53 acre property located in the BEX 50R zone. Whereas the applicant was granted a text amendment under PLPZ 2024-638, amending section 6116 F2 to clarify language regarding timing of payments to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and allowing per section 611 F3F permit up to 3% of the total number of proposed units to be attached to a group of cluster of 4 or 5 units. Applicant was granted a zoning map amendment under file PLPZ 2024-379 to rezone 154.53 acres from BEX 50 to BEX 50R zone. Whereas the town of Greenwich, North Castle, New York, filed a petition for intervention pursuant to Connecticut State Statute 622A in this final site plan and special permit application, which was reviewed by the commission at its 2/4/25 meeting. The commission acknowledged a verified petition was filed containing statements of potential improper environmental impacts, and as such, the commission granted the town of North Castle intervening status without reaching the merits of the petition. Now, the commission, in considering the merits of the petition, per section Connecticut General Statutes 22A19B, requires that the agency shall consider the alleged unreasonable pollution, impairment, or destruction of the public trust in air, water, and other natural resources of the state, and no conduct shall be authorized or approved which does or is reasonably likely to have such effect as long as, considering all relevant surrounding circumstances and factors, there is a feasible and prudent alternative consistent with the reasonable requirements of the public health and safety and welfare. The One American Lane property relies on well water and existing on-site wastewater treatment facility, and the petitioner raised concerns that the site might drain towards or within the New York City drinking water watershed. The New York City Department of Environmental Protection has commented and noted no concerns regarding the proposal's impact on the New York City watershed. The proposed development will require an expansion of the wastewater treatment plant. Connecticut DEP approvals are required for the expansion of the wastewater treatment plant, and DEP has indicated that the plant review can only be effected following the commission's approval of the site plan application. The Planning and Zoning Commission staff has, through consulting engineer, been apprised of likely DEP requirements for the wastewater treatment plant, and the applicant has represented its ability to meet these requirements. The applicant first received wetlands approval for the work proposed on the site submitted to the commission on 6/2024 under Wetlands Permit 2024-051. It was subsequently determined that the application had not been disclosed to the wetlands, not disclosed to the wetlands agency that part of the wastewater facility is within the upland review area. The additional review required by the portion of the wastewater treatment in the wetlands upland review area was considered by wetlands at its 1/27/25 meeting, where it was approved with conditions including returning to the agency for further review and approval before commencing of any on-site permit related activity. This was done under permit 2024-008. The commission disagrees with the intervener's contention that the component parts of the wastewater treatment plant and final plan details of the sewage disposal or essential information and necessary for the commission to determine unreasonable adverse effects of same. Where the other state and local agencies have jurisdiction and authority over that. The commission hereby makes the finding that as a result of the specific considerations related to the intervention petition noted above, it has at this time addressed all the requirements for public health, safety, and welfare, which are within its statutory authority, and that the commission can take no further action in regard to concerns raised by the intervener, except in as much as the commission shall condition any affirmative site plan decision it may take to ensure the applicant adheres to the relevant state statutes and zoning regulations intended for the protection of the environment as well as public health, safety, and welfare. Based on the foregoing results, the commission finds that the intervener's environmental claims do not result in an unreasonable damage or harm to the environment within the authority related to the site plan and special permit application. And as such, this commission does not need to consider feasible and prudent alternatives consistent with the reasonable requirements of public health, safety, and welfare, which is not necessary, nor were any proffered by the intervener. Per the applicant, the on-site sewer processing plant will be upgraded and altered to accommodate a 198-unit, 594-bedroom development. Per the applicant, the on-site sewer processing plant will continue to accommodate the existing uses on-site. As required, the property most recently came before the commission as a pre-application at the January 11th, 23 public hearing under file PLPZ 2022-071. The commission finds that conservation issued comments dated 8/29/24 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Zoning issued comments dated 11/7/24 indicating no comments to the application. ARC issued minutes of the regular meeting on 8/7/24 indicating electronic return to address outstanding concerns. DPW drainage systems have been reviewed by a consulting engineer to DPW. Fuss and O'Neill issued comments dated 12/20/24 indicating revisions that need to be addressed prior to zoning permit. DPW traffic issued comments dated 12/3/25 indicating resubmittal prior to zoning permit to address outstanding concerns. Beta issued comments dated 11/18/24 indicating outstanding issues have been resolved. EMAC issued comments 11/11/25 indicating the development is a missed opportunity to provide better energy efficient institute increased use of renewable energy systems. Greenwich Fire Department issued comments dated 11/26/24 indicating recommendations to the plan. And wetlands issue permit number 2024-051 on 06/24. Therefore, motion to approve the application for final site plan and special permit with the following condition. It is noted that the stone house was approved under previous settlements as a corporate accommodations. Any change to the building shall return to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Prior to the zoning permit, an open space declaration shall be submitted for review. Final language shall be in the form acceptable to planning and zoning staff and law department and recorded on the town of Greenwich land records. Per Greenwich Public Schools Superintendent, discussions with the applicant. 3 bus stops shall be provided in the development. The 3 bus stop locations shall be shown on the final site plan. Proposed generator shall meet the town of Greenwich noise ordinance. Anticipated fuel supply shall meet applicable state of Connecticut safety codes, and all proposed generator locations shall be shown on the final site plan. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall return to ARC electronically to address the 4 bullet points raised at the 8/7/24 meeting. Per wetlands staff report dated 12/14/24, as the plans of the sewer treatment plant improvements are conceptual and the proposed building additions are approximately 75 feet from the edge of the lagoon within the upland review area. When construction plans are more fully developed and the proposed improvements of the plant, the applicant will return to the wetlands, which will be as a condition of their wetlands approval. The applicant has received 2 permits or approvals issued wetlands approvals dated 6/20/24 and 1/27/25 from the Wetlands Agency, with conditions that require review by the Wetlands Agency prior to construction activities and post approvals from the state regarding the design and or expansion of the wastewater treatment facility and potential impacts to wetlands and water courses. The applicant shall address any and all conservation concerns to be addressed prior to zoning permit. and the applicant shall address any and all conservation concerns to be addressed during construction and prior to zoning permit a closeout. The applicant shall engage a qualified environmental consultant, a monitor to assure minimal adverse environmental impacts, especially around the vernal pool, its upland vernal pool envelope, and critical terrestrial habitat. For Greenwich Fire Department, the proposed, quote, hot dog island is not recommended and should be redesigned. The fire department shall conduct test drives through the complex, and it is being developed to verify the turning radii for the department of apparatus. This will allow for any changes prior to completion. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall secure full state and local approval of upgrades and alterations to the on-site sewer treatment plant as indicated in the SE Minor memo dated 5/17/24. The upgrades and alterations are required to accommodate the 198 unit 500, let me get that number correct, 94 bedroom development. Bedroom development and existing uses on the site. By existing uses, I'm talking about the stone house, the other buildings, and the commercial office structure. Upon securing full state and local approval of the upgrades and alterations of the on-site wastewater treatment plant, any required change to the site plan beyond what has been presented in the SE Minor memo dated 5/17/24 shall return to the commission for review. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall secure full state and local approval of all well relocations. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall provide a comprehensive site logistics and staging plan. Such plan shall cover the complete project schedule from initial groundbreaking to final site landscaping. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall provide a comprehensive soils and erosion plan reflecting the DEEP, SE, and SC guidelines effective 3/30/24. If the applicant proposes any 5-unit clustered buildings, planning and zoning staff shall be notified by submittal of a revised site map indicating locations. Any and all previous site plan approvals and conditions shall be adhered to, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or environmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has, no. Who was the second?
Yeski. I heard
Oh,
Mr.
Yeski, sorry.
I'm not seated.
I know you're not seated, sorry. Nick, that was extraordinarily good.
Thank you.
Kudos to you. And you made it through without choking, which is really hard when you're doing something that long. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. So, Macri, how do you vote?
Just before you to vote, are we good to go with everything here?
I'm sorry, I should have asked everybody. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
No.
No, I thought you did an extraordinarily thorough job. It's
Thank
really
you.
good. It's really
Thank
good. And the intervener it seemed very well handled from what I've researched on intervener on my own. It's was well done. Did it any comments at all from people?
Nope.
All right, great job, Nick. Okay, so Macri,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Lowe,
Aye.
Yeski.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. But again, regardless of what we commented, I should have been clear on that on, whether we agreed or disagreed. And it was such a nice, thorough motion. Great
Thank
work
you.
on just the thoroughness.
If anybody
okay.
accuses me of being an attorney now, I'm going to have a problem.
No, but we might accuse you of being an architect, maybe?
Yeah.
One of those detail
there, done
dudes. It was well done. Okay, so now we go back to our regular agenda. And our first item, number 1, is Gilbert van Hassel and Viviana Kleiss and Kirsch LLC application for a proposed lot line revision between 2 existing parcels to transfer 2,282 square feet from 46 Cherry Valley Road to 44 Cherry Valley Road. And Chris Bristol isn't in yet. You got him, Pat? Okay, I got him. All right.
There we go. Good evening, everybody.
Hello, sorry, we usually get the person in before we announce it. Go ahead, Mr. Bristol.
Good evening, everybody. Christopher Bristol representing the applicants, Mr. and Mrs. Van Hassel, owner of 44 Cherry Valley Road, and Kirsch LLC, owner of 46 Valley Road, Cherry Valley Road. This is a lot line revision. The proposal is to transfer 2,292 square feet from 46 to 44. 44 is currently legally non-conforming. Aside from taking care of a fence encroachment, this will actually make number 44 compliant. There's no department issues. I know that there was a few weeks ago, there was waiting for a health department review of the proposed septic plan for 46, which has been approved. So I respectfully request that this be determined not to be a subdivision re-subdivision. We're not creating any new lots, not changing any roads, not affecting any common land or any conservation land. And that's really all I have for you, unless anyone has any questions.
Any questions from the commission?
No.
Easiest one all night.
Okay, let's just harass him for the hell of it.
Hey.
No.
Okay. Does anybody object to closing this item at this time?
No.
Oh,
All righty.
Public comment?
Oh, thank you, guys.
Oh,
Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at Cherry Valley? Cherry Valley? Yes. Cherry Valley Road. Kindly raise your virtual hand if you have any comments on this application on Cherry Valley. I'm always so relieved when I forget to ask for public comment, and actually there is none. Okay, good. All righty then. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
All righty. So with that, the application is hereby closed, and we would entertain another comprehensive and detailed motion from our illustrious secretary.
Okay, 4446 Cherry Valley Road, PLPZ 2024-463. Applicant is seeking a lot line revision where approximately 2,292 square feet will be transferred in the RA4 zone. Commission finds that the proposed application is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision. The lot line revision is proposed to resolve an existing fence encroachment. Zoning issue comments dated 1/16/25, no issues to the proposal. Conservation issued comments dated 1/15/25, indicating no recommendations to the board application. Health Department issued a memo dated 2/19/25, indicating Connecticut Health Department approval, a permit to construct a new centralized sewer disposal system. Engineering issued comments on 1/14/25, indicating the lot line revision is acceptable, and Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 12/4/24, indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve with the following comments. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall address the outstanding expired sewer permit as outlined. Oop, guess that one's wrong. Nope. Motion to approve the following comments. The applicant shall to address any outstanding or staff or environmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0.
Thanks, everybody.
Peace. All righty, with that, we go to our next application in the regular meeting, which is, now this time, let me get the applicant in there.
You miss Feinberg if she raises her hand. Oh, there, that's probably her initials.
Okay. You got her?
I do.
Okay. LLF, okay. Do you want to change the name while you're at it? Good evening, ma'am. Eggleston Holdings LLC and 23 Eggleston LLC for a final subdivision to confirm that a 9,111 square foot parcel located at 0 Eggleston Lane and a 14,193 square foot parcel located at 23 Eggleston Lane in the R12 are separate and distinct zoning lots. Ma'am, if you would go ahead.
May I go ahead and share my screen, Madam Chair?
Patrick?
On it. 1 second, Lisa.
Okay.
Should be working now.
Okay, perfect. Okay, can you all see that?
Yep.
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Lisa Feinberg. I am a partner with Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy. My office is in Stamford. With me today is my colleague, Dan Chappell, also from Carmody, and we're both here on behalf of the applicants, the owners of the subject properties, 23 Eggleston LLC and Eggleston Holdings LLC, represented here tonight by Jeff Wertz. As you know, we are technically here in connection with a final subdivision application, but we're not requesting a subdivision. Rather, our application seeks confirmation that 23 Eggleston Lane and 0 Eggleston Lane remain two separate, distinct building lots. Today, Today, 0 Eggleston Lane, the vacant lot to the north shown here, and 23 Eggleston Lane, the waterfront property to the south, they both look like this. Both properties are currently located in the R12 zone, which, as you know, has a minimum lot size of 12,000 square feet. 0 Eggleston Lane consists of approximately 9,111 square feet, and 23 Eggleston consists of approximately 11,842 developable square feet. However, at the time they were configured in this manner, both properties were located in the R7 zone with a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet. So as we will go on to explain, we believe both properties are legally non-conforming. The next few exhibits were actually prepared by Robinson and Cole in connection with a variance application for 23 Eggleston Lane in 2010, when the legal non-conforming status of these properties was confirmed. I think they do a great job of showing a visual history of the properties, and you can see them circled here in red. The current lot configurations are modestly different from what was originally conceived and are comprised of lots 52, 53, and then a small portion of lot 54 on this map, number 369, which was created in 1909 for the Shorelands neighborhood. Lot 52, 53, and that small portion of 54 were conveyed from the original owner of Shorelands to a single owner between 1915 and 1916. They were then conveyed again 12 different times, actually, between 1916 and 1968. And reconfigured along the way. None of these lot line revisions constituted a subdivision at the time, and the lots remained conforming under the zoning regulations then in place. Then in April of 1968, they were conveyed separately in their current configuration. And in May 1968, the zoning designation changed from R7 to R12, making both lots legally non-conforming. Both lots were maintained in separate ownership throughout the years. And in 2009, 23 Eggleston LLC, which was a Connecticut limited liability company, acquired 23 Eggleston Lane, and Eggleston Holdings LLC, another Connecticut limited liability company, acquired 0 Eggleston Lane. Later, these Connecticut entities were merged into Delaware entities, and the owners recorded a quitclaim deed intending to convey both properties into the respective Delaware entities. And we actually provided an email from the drafting attorney at the time confirming this intention. However, due to a Scrivener's error, the deed for 0 Eggleston Lane was inadvertently recorded in the name of 23 Eggleston LLC, the same entity that owned 23 Eggleston Lane. So upon discovery of this error, an affidavit of facts, which is shown here on the screen, pursuant to Connecticut General Statute 47-12A, was recorded with a correcting quitclaim deed, correctly conveying 0 Eggleston Lane to Eggleston Holdings LLC, the Delaware Limited Liability Company. The name on the tax records and GIS system were also corrected. Notably, the properties have been taxed separately the entire time. And as your staff noted both in their memo and yesterday, the concept of merger is a question of fact that's based on the intention of the owners. I know there were some questions raised at briefing regarding the absence of language related to intent in section 6.9 of your regulations. However, as you know, the power to adopt zoning regulations stems from the state. So any local regulation has to also conform with state law. So then it follows that in order for section 6.9 to be considered a legal merger regulation, it must be read in conjunction with state statute and state case law. In 2017, the Connecticut legislature amended Connecticut General Statute Section 8.2 in order to codify what Connecticut case law has long held, mainly that a legal nonconformity cannot be abandoned unless the property owner intends to do so. And that was Public Act 17-39. Today, Connecticut General Statute Section 8.2 D4A makes it very clear that a regulation cannot be adopted or enforced in a manner that requires the abandonment of a nonconformity without the property owner's intent to do so. And specifically, it says in pertinent part, zoning regulations adopted pursuant to subsection A of this section shall not terminate or deem abandoned a nonconforming use unless the property owner of such use voluntarily discontinues such use and such discontinuance is accompanied by an intent not to reestablish such use. It then goes on to talk about how even if there's demolition or deconstruction of a nonconforming use, that in and of itself is not sufficient to show a property owner's intent. So I can remove all physical evidence of a nonconformity, and unless I intend to abandon it, I can continue to rely on it. So reading section 6.9 of the Greenwich regulations in conjunction with that state statute, it's not enough the properties appeared to be in common ownership for a short period of time. They had to have been intentionally conveyed into common ownership. My clients are resolute in their conviction that they never intended to convey, accept, or effectuate a merger of these parcels, which have been separate developable lots since 1909. And you have confirmation that their attorney at the time intended to draft a deed that would have maintained the properties in separate ownership. So I'm here today asking you to confirm that intent.
All right, thank you. Does the commission have any questions, and could you take down the share?
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions from the commission? Okay, I believe we have public comment and there is an attorney involved, Patrick Tracy,
Yes.
and the attorney is hand
Mr.
is
Coppola, I believe. If he,
Mr.
there he is.
The
Coppola.
attorney Mario Capolo of Birch and Moses.
All right. Now, Mr. Coppola, if you would accept. Mm-mm. There he is.
Should be moving now.
He is. So, oh, it doesn't matter.
Could you hear me?
Huh. We can hear you. It does look like you might have your camera reversed, though.
It's on.
It's on, but you might have to flip it.
Or the cover might be on it.
Yeah,
but
no, there's no
it-
cover on the camera. And
Okay. We can hear you, but we just can't see you.
yeah,
just so you-
I'm getting a circle. It says you're promoting me to a panelist, so maybe it'll work now. Let's see.
Wow, that took a long time. Yeah, it's just weird how you're dark. The way you're dark, it's normally the way it is when someone has their camera reversed. So it's facing the wall, if you will.
Let's
But we can hear you, so you can go ahead. And we know what you look like. It isn't like we haven't seen you before.
Yeah, you're not missing much. You've seen me before. For the record, this is Mario Coppola. I practice law at Birch and Moses with offices in Westport and Milford, Connecticut. And I am here today on behalf of my clients, Neil Trivedi and Dr. Marissa Sue, a neighboring property at 12 Eggleston Lane. One thing that council said for the applicant that I don't agree with is that your merger provision in your zoning regulations is illegal. It's not. I think it's properly constructed and it's in compliance with Connecticut state law. Your merger provision specifically addresses one exception for when there would be a merger, and that is where the adjoining land is acquired by a descendant or demise as a result of the death of an adjoining landowner. Your merger provision specifically does not have an intent requirement. It does not provide that in order for there to be a merger, you have to prove that there was an intent to merge. Your regulation doesn't state that. It certainly could. You could amend your zoning regulation going forward to provide that, and then you'll have to trust that when folks are telling you that they didn't intend to merge it at a later date, that that was in fact the case. And I think that's why a lot of municipalities don't have the requirement of intent in their merger provision, because then you get into questioning the intent of a party. Quite frankly, it's generally a self-interested party, and that's very hard to do. And that's why I think a lot of municipalities do not have the intent requirement within their merger provision in their zoning regulation. Here, by my review of the title, it appears that 0 Eggleston and 23 Eggleston were conveyed in common ownership between approximately 1915 or 1916 through 1968. And then in 1968, 0 Eggleston was conveyed separately. And then it just happened to be a couple months later, after the conveyance of 0 Eggleston, the properties were zoned from R7 to R2, rendering both lots undersized and legally non-conforming, where the minimum lot size for the R12 zone was 12,000 square feet, and 0 Eggleston only had about 9,100 square feet. In the narrative that the applicants provided, it admits that because of the 2019 quitclaim deed being recorded, that 0 Eggleston Lane was inadvertently conveyed to 23 Eggleston LLC, placing both properties in common ownership. The applicants, I understand they tried to undo the previous conveyance in 2019 by recording a correcting quitclaim deed in February of 23 that attempted to convey 0 Eggleston to Eggleston Holdings LLC. However, it was just too late to do so. Under Section 6.9 of the regulations, and this is critical, by operational law, a single parcel merged in November of 2019 for zone.
What happened?
I think we lost internet, and that may be why his camera wasn't working.
Okay. Do you have his number?
I have an email. I could probably call his office too.
I do. I have his direct line. I'll call him.
All right. Please hold.
I have his cell. Let me try that too.
Anybody got to get any good jokes about GPS systems for seniors?
That did make me chuckle for a few minutes after the meeting yesterday.
I love that one. Bill Cosby used to say that if you're sitting on your sofa and you get up and you go to the kitchen to get something and you can't remember what it is, you should slap yourself on the buttocks because the memory is trapped where you were sitting. But I think the GPS system for seniors, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make the time while we wait for Mr. Coppola more passable. There he is.
There you go. All right.
Okay, Mr. Capola, we think you have an unstable connection. There he is. Hello.
Madam Chairwoman?
Yeah, okay, look,
Yes,
you
I think
have,
I'm back on.
and you have your iPhone, which is better probably, because wherever you are, it's unstable.
In the office. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, and you know what? It's been I had an unstable connection yesterday for no apparent reason. So just go ahead. So you were talking about, I think you were up to 2017.
If you could just bear with me for one moment, 'cause I'm not sure where I may have dropped off.
Uh-oh, did you just freeze? Yeah, okay.
Bar, you were beginning to talk about. Sorry,
Hey.
Mr. Cole, you were beginning to talk about the 2017 merger, is what I believe.
Okay, and that the 2019 merger, correct?
2019.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you were.
Apologies.
Thank you. That's why I was a little confused. Okay. Well, I apologize if I end up repeating anything. Um,
All right,
so
we don't mind.
So the applicants had admitted that because of the 2019 quitclaim deed being recorded, 0 Eggleston Lane was inadvertently conveyed to 23 Eggleston Lane LLC, placing both properties in common ownership. There is no dispute that from November 2019 to February of 2023, 0 Eggleston and 23 Eggleston were under common ownership. And that period is about 3.5 years. I understand that the applicants tried to undo the previous conveyance in 2019 by recording a correcting quitclaim deed in February of 2023, which attempted to convey 0 Eggleston to Eggleston Holdings LLC. However, under Section 6.9 of your zoning regulations, by operation of law, a single parcel merged in November 2019 for zoning purposes. And that's what's critical. They could claim what they want with regard to the land records, but zoning regulates use, not ownership. And as a matter of black letter zoning law, you have a merger regulation, which specifically provides only one exception, which is where the property was where adjoining land is acquired by a decedent or demise as the result of the death of the adjoining owner. And there is no specific provision that provides for an exception for intent under your merger regulation. So quite frankly, intent is irrelevant. It's unfortunate. I understand if there truly was an intent to not merge the properties, but they merged, and they were merged for a period at a minimum of the 3.5 years, and continue to be for zoning purposes existing as one lot. The fact that the assessor's office may not have picked up on the merger is irrelevant. I mean, the case law in Connecticut is pretty clear on that. Whether you have lots existing as separate lots on an assessor's map is irrelevant to the determination of whether the lots have merged. So again, we understand that the applicants now intend to develop 0 Eggleston as a separate lot. But again, that opportunity was lost when the property was conveyed in November of 2019. And again, in the future, if the commission wants to amend its merger regulation to provide a requirement for intent, then in a case like this, the issue of intent becomes relevant, and the commission has to make a determination as to intent. That is not the case here. And therefore, respectfully, we believe the applicant's request for subdivision confirmation must, as a matter of law, be denied. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Capola, Ms. Feinberg has already answered this question for me. I didn't see you at the briefing yesterday, so I'm going to ask you the same question. I have been very stubbornly asking everybody, because I'm having a very hard time getting my brain or conceptually around this issue. I'm not an attorney. When I look at the SCOTUS decision from, it's mid 2017.
Murr versus Wisconsin.
Murr versus Wisconsin, exactly. And I look at that, again, it is silent as to intent. And it basically says that the presumption of merger is not a violation of the law when the two properties are in common ownership. You may presume the merger. It doesn't speak to the intent. And where I'm conceptually stuck is they're not dummies on the Supreme Court. I keep thinking that if they thought intent was relevant to the specific issue of presumption of merger, they would have talked about it. And I'm stuck that it's silent, and that kicks us back down to Connecticut law, which looks to intent. But in the same year, SCOTUS, that we did the intent provision in, what was that bill, 5129 or something like that? In the Connecticut legislature, we have this decision by SCOTUS, and for some reason, it's a block in my head. Can you also give me an answer to this question?
Well,
In other words, let me phrase it to you differently. To me, the Supreme Court is saying intent is irrelevant in the matter of two adjoining properties that have gone into common ownership. You can presume merger. You can presume merger if they've gone into common ownership, regardless then of the facts of the situation. So that's my question to you.
In that case, it's my understanding that the holding was that Wisconsin's merger provision is a legitimate exercise of state power.
Correct. It's exactly what the
yeah.
finding is.
And the valid merger of the lots was under state law, and informed reasonable expectation the lots would be treated as a single property. So again, it makes reference to a merger provision, a provision which has no requirement for intent. And if you think about it from a practical standpoint, maybe I'm putting on my town attorney hat when I'm doing this. The concern that municipalities, the legitimate concern that municipality has, is that if there is a intent requirement, anybody who hasn't would say, well, yeah, I didn't intend to have them merge, and so it creates a real dilemma for any decider of fact, which is what you are in this circumstance, where you have to apply the relevant facts before you to make a determination as to whether there was a merger here. Again, I don't. Your zoning regulation has never been challenged as being illegal, and it is legal, and it has no
Okay.
provision for intent.
Okay.
Again, I think you could ask your own town attorney this. In the future, you could amend your zoning regulation to add an intent requirement.
Mhm.
But as of the date that the conveyance took place in November of 2019, your regulation didn't have a requirement for intent. So again, it would only, even if the regulation was changed going forward, it would be in effect. It would take effect for those properties in which there was a conveyance, as let's assume you did as of July 1 of 25, as of July 1, 25 going forward. But this property is merged as a matter of, as an operation of law, as a matter of your zoning law here.
Okay. Tracy, you were very eloquent in answering me yesterday, and I'm still just having trouble, and I'm sorry to take everybody's time with this, but precedent is so important in these things. I want to do what is right precedent wise. And just, if you would again, Tracy, put forward the points you made yesterday at the briefing.
If I can remember them all, but
Well, you know what I'm looking for.
related to the Murr versus Wisconsin decision.
Related to Murr versus Wisconsin, and intent.
The Supreme Court stays narrow. So intent wasn't before it one way or the other. So they would not have added an opinion on intent if they thought it was important. They stuck with how the case came before them. So what Murr versus Wisconsin says is that, yes, you can have merger provisions and you look to state law. So they're not commenting one way or the other on intent.
Okay. And therefore you go to Connecticut, which is you have to look at you have to look at intent when something merges.
Right, there's case law that specifically talks about intent. There is the Connecticut, hold on.
Well, we know that
The Connecticut Practice Series, Land Use Law and Practice that talks specific,
Yeah.
Intent is important. Intent is
yeah,
one of the factors.
it's
Merger
one
is
of the
very,
factors. And
it's
so
very,
you go,
it's a very fact-specific inquiry, merger.
Okay.
And under Connecticut law, it certainly appears to me anyway that intent is something that is considered. Obviously,
Okay.
attorneys disagree on that, but and Ms. Feinberg
Yeah.
may have additional comments that
Well,
she
we'll
may
go,
want to
yeah,
add. Yeah.
we'll go to her in a sec. And so I misstated the name of the bill in 2017 that,
It was Public Act 1739, I think is what you
right,
were.
and it was,
Yeah.
yeah, it was 2120. Okay, so now we go to Peter Lowe.
Mhm.
Just a quick question. Is one of the issues here whether or not the intent, the legal part of this predated 2019 or postdated? Is that
No,
that's not the issue?
no, the issue is just, let me see if I say this right. The issue is just, they made a mistake. This is what their case is, their application. They erroneously put
Right.
the two properties in joint ownership, which then creates a merger. But they're saying to us that was an error. But since you have nonconformity here, you can presume merger. But the argument is, since it was not their intent to merge, the merger should not be presumed.
Right. So the intent provision was in place when this took place, correct?
It was both in 2017, but I think it doesn't matter.
2019.
2019. So yes, the intent was already in place.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Feinberg, do you want to add anything to that?
Sure, if I can, I'd like to respond to Attorney Coppola. Let's see. So most of the lots in the Shorelands neighborhood are legally non-conforming, and many of them have other non-conformities, including Mr. Coppola's client's property, 12 Eggleston Lane. We're not asking to create new non-conformities, only to retain what's legally permitted. These lots have been legally existing for more than 100 years. So Mr. Coppola talked about, a 3.5-year period. We're talking about
Right.
over 100 years. My clients bought them in separate ownership in 2009 and never intentionally conveyed them to a common owner. Zero
Okay.
Eggleston was never acquired by 23 Eggleston within the meaning of Section 6.9 because it was never intentionally conveyed to 23 Eggleston. And the issue of common ownership was cured as soon as it was discovered. The properties were not declared merged during that short period of time when they were theoretically in common ownership. And to do so now retroactively would be incredibly messy with significant implications. Separate entities own the parcels today. We provided pro forma title policies showing they can be insured as separate parcels. From a title perspective, they're separate. I think Mr. Coppola agreed with that. Merging from now, for purposes of zoning would effectively deprive one entity of their property, a functional ouster, if you will, within the meaning of the Supreme Court. So, Section 6.9 of your regulations is not meant to operate as a gotcha. And construing it in the manner that has been suggested does just that. I did not say that your merger provision was illegal. What I said was construing it without taking into consideration and in conjunction with state law, both case law and the Connecticut general statutes, then it would be considered illegal. You have to consider them together. That's what I said.
Okay, thank you. Does the commission have any other questions? All right, let me turn to public comment. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? We do have a couple of emails from a neighbor who is traveling, so that's all we have. And then we have Neil's phone. All right. Anybody else who wishes to speak on this Eggleston application, kindly raise your virtual hand. And if you would identify yourself, Neil, go ahead. You are enabled to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am the resident at 12 Eggleston who has hired Mr. Coppola. I just want to make 2 points. One, I think there were 6 neighbors who've submitted letters to you raising questions about this, what's in front of you, and I hope all 6 have been submitted. And number 2, as to the point of intent, I would just highlight in the last few years, as this house has seen guests, the back lot has been used as a backyard. It's been used as people have utilized 23 Eggleston, they've used 0 Eggleston as their backyard. Dogs have run there from people who are staying at 23 Eggleston. It's been used as, historically, there was a large playground back there that was used just as basically a backyard for 23, especially in those years where we're questioning what intent was and what was being merged. Historically, as Shorelands as a community has not taken any fee for that second lot. It's been utilized as one space, and the neighborhood recognizes it, I think, as basically a backyard. I would just add that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Anybody else wish to speak on this application? Please raise your virtual hand. Tracy, I don't think anybody else
Yeah, I
wishes
just
to
wanted
speak.
to point out we received public comment from 5 people.
Yes. And that's what he mentioned, that there was a total of 6.
Yeah, we have 5. A couple people submitted more than once. So I
Right.
just went and counted, so it's 5. It's what we have.
And there was one person, I think everybody has seen the email. I don't think you need to read it into the record, who was in Germany and couldn't attend the meeting.
Right. No, his public comments are with all the other public
Yeah.
comments, and they're all
So
uploaded
we have
to
it.
the virtual meeting page and to the OneDrive. So yeah, we have it all. There hasn't been any additional public comment, but we do have
Okay.
it all.
Mr. Lowe?
Yeah, one of those letters, it seems to me, had to do with concerns about drainage.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure that that's within the scope of this.
Exactly. I thank you for raising that, because all we're doing here is confirming or not whether this lot exists.
Right.
We are not saying it is developable. There is no question that Shorelands has a huge flooding issue. We've seen some of the worst flooding in town in that area of Old Greenwich. We know that. But us deciding that the lot is a valid legal lot has nothing to do with whether it can be developed. And in fact, the decision letter says this does not guarantee the developability of the lot. And the neighbors are raising the points about the existing house is much closer. It doesn't meet setbacks or something. And, there's a lot of things that have evolved since it went in there, but none of that is relevant to our decision. We've got to stay on this question of, is the
Right. So
second lot.
a second thought, is this commission being asked to pass judgment on a legal interpretation in order to vote on this application?
Well, we are being asked, based on the facts before us, if under 6-9, this lot continues to exist. And since it's our job to interpret our regulations, that would be our job here. Patrick, Tracy, do you want to add anything to that?
No, that is exactly asked, Madam Chair, that this is related to the subdivision regulations. If a subdivision action is here, and if the answer is no, then whether or not 6-9 has applied.
Okey doke. Anything else?
Nope.
All righty. And no other public comment, right? Everybody sent in letters. We've all seen them. All right. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? All right. Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Is our secretary ready to make a motion?
Yeah, we could do something here. So 23 Eggleston Lane, PLPZ 2025-005. Applicant is seeking to confirm that 0 Eggleston Lane and 23 Eggleston Lane are separate and distinct zoning lots located in the R12 COZ and flood hazard overlay zones. Commission finds that upon review of the submitted information, that no intent to merge the subject parcel was found and that the application does not constitute a subdivision or re-subdivision per section 6261 of the subdivision regulations. Conservation issued a memo dated 1/29/25 indicating no comment at this time. And Department of Public Works issued comments dated 1/30/25 indicating that the drainage design for the parcel shall meet the standards of the Town of Greenwich Drainage Manual in effect at the time of a building permit application is submitted. And the full standards of the Town of Greenwich Drainage Manual shall be met. Therefore, motion to confirm the properties are separate and distinct zoning lots, noting the following. A map shall be submitted as required for the recording on the Town of Greenwich land records with the following notes. Prior to development or redevelopment of the parcels, the applicant shall return to the Planning and Zoning Commission review of the final site plan. Conditions of the DPW engineering memo dated 1/30/25 shall be adhered to. Said map shall include the following notes. The lot recorded on this map have been found to be neither a subdivision nor a re-subdivision under section 6261 of the Town of Greenwich subdivision regulations at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting held on 2/25/25. This finding does not imply approval of the lot for purposes of zoning compliance, access, or future development, and will be subject to review and approval by all applicable town agencies, which may include but not necessarily limited to the following: Building Inspection Division, Zoning Enforcement, Planning and Zoning, the Department of Public Works Engineering, Highway and Sewer Divisions, and the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency. Any driveway surveying these lots must meet the standards of the Greenwich Department of Public Works Highway Division. Upon recording of the plan, the property owner agrees with the town that unless otherwise specified hereon, the areas within at least 10 feet of the center line of any drainage facility, ditch, or stream shown hereon are dedicated for drainage, and that no building or structure shall be located thereon, and that the town shall not be under any obligation to maintain, clean, enclose, or otherwise alter or improve such drainage facility. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Mr. LaRoe?
Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt the deliberation, but I think Mr. Macri, I think the motion, if you don't mind, should say that the commission finds this either to be not a subdivision or re-subdivision. I
You
think
did.
I think it's a lot confirmation. That's just want to make.
No, I said, let me see. It's like,
I thought you said it was neither.
upon review of the submitted information, that no intent to merge the subject parcel was found, and the application does not constitute a subdivision or re-subdivision.
Thank you. Okay, then I lost.
That's
pulled over.
Before we go to the second, I'll just amend to add what we were talking about, that this finding in no way guarantees future ability to develop this property.
We have a standard note, Madam Chair.
Right, I know that.
Yep.
It's a standard note in the decision letter that we often don't say in the motion, but I want to say it in the motion because of the issues the neighbors say. I know it's a standard thing we put in, but in this case, I want the neighbors to hear that it's a CAM, it's a coastal application, it's in a flood zone, and we're not guaranteeing that the second property can be developed. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Macri,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Albin is a nay, so that's 4-1. Sorry, guys. My brain just wouldn't bend. I tried. So that passes 4-1.
Thank-
Macra, Yeski, Lowe, Wells are yes, seconded by Yeski, and Albin is a nay.
Seconded by Wells.
Seconded by Wells. My
Well,
apologies.
sorry. Yes, Wells.
Yep. All right. And now we go to the public hearing. Ms. Cullen, you just shout out if you need anything from us, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Because remember you saved us from internet disaster at the last meeting. The Field Club of Greenwich, Inc. for a final site plan and special permit to construct 2 new padel courts, expansion of the adjacent decking, walkway, and related site and landscape improvements on an 11.1 acre property at 276 Lake Avenue in the RA2 zone. And good evening, Mr. Cohen. Or good afternoon. It's still afternoon.
Good evening, whatever time it is, Madam Chair. I'm here, Bruce Cohen, representing the Field Club in connection with its application to install 2 new padel courts with related improvements at its club property. I'll quickly review what it is that they're proposing to do, and then perhaps address a couple of the issues that were raised during the briefing. And Pat or Tracy, if you could put on the first slide to show the location that we're talking about. It's as you see, it's on Lake Avenue, 276 Lake Avenue, 2 acre zone, shown in yellow. To the south is located the Brunswick School. To the northwest is property which is owned and maintained by the Greenwich Land Trust, and the balance of the surrounding properties are within the 2 acre residential zone and are developed that way. The parcel that the Field Club owns and has operated for probably over 100 years is something over 11 acres, and it specializes, as I think everyone knows, on racket sports, and this is an effort to enhance that function. The arrow that we've put up here shows where the padel courts are going to be located. And to the immediate left, almost up against the property, is the asphalt practice court that is going to be eliminated together with its adjacent concrete wall. And the result of this is, and some other changes that were made to hard surfaces on this campus, is that the green area is slightly, very slightly improved from what exists right now, which is, as I believe you know, non-conforming. To describe what we're going to do, let me show the next and last slide. Yeah. The dark green outline shows the 2 padel courts. To the immediate north of that is a slight extension of the viewing platform that already exists right now, serving the paddle tennis courts. To the upper left, there is a outline of a square box. That is the area where the existing asphalt practice surface is located, and to its immediate left, there is the concrete wall that will be taken down. I guess this is probably the first hearing that the commission's had on padel and what padel is. It's
Actually, no, we're like padeled out.
no, really?
Yes, we're seeing a lot about padel. Your competition wants to do padel. People who have houses want to do padel. No, the first time we kept mispronouncing it.
Okay, well, good. Then you're very familiar with it. And
yes, and if you want a long dissertation, who was it who can give us the long dissertation on what the difference in the balls is? We know all about it now.
Well,
Um,
I'll give you short distance.
No, so we did this in the briefing yesterday. So Mr. Yeski has a question for you, Mr. Cohen.
No, I was going to ask a question, but I'll wait for him to
Shut
conclude.
up.
Okay.
Then, as you know, a Padel court is 66 by 33, roughly. It's approximately a third the size of a customary tennis court. It's surrounded by walls of glass. The ball play is off of the walls, very much like squash, but the play is governed by pretty much by tennis rules. It's a doubles game. You've heard that it's quieter because the ball is softer. That's true, but it's also quieter because the floor is softer. It's a hard surface floor, customarily a artificial turf floor, as opposed to paddle, which is usually has a hollow area underneath the floor. So it is an interesting new game. It was started, I think, in Mexico, become very popular in Europe. There's going to be another pre-app on later tonight that I'm bringing to you on behalf of the Greenwich Country Club, who's also interested in this sport. The ARC has reviewed the fairly extensive planting plan that will be a part of what's happening here. We've reviewed the planting plan with our closest neighbor, who has expressed no problems with it. We understand that there's been a comment from the Conservation Commission that would like to see Norway pine substituted with white pine. Our landscape architect, Bill Rutherford, takes a little issue with that, but if he can't persuade the conservation staff of the correctness of his views, we certainly will substitute white pine as been requested.
Yeah, so actually that was pretty clear from everything that we knew about the Norwegian. I think the commission in the briefing yesterday was saying, why not just go ahead and replace to the white?
And
Yeah,
it's a spruce, not a pine.
It's a spruce, correct. And we will do that, but Bill Rutherford seems to like Norway pine. He likes the fact that it produces better shade effect. But since he's very close to the Conservation Commission, I understand if he can't persuade them, he'll use white.
Well,
white.
Bill Rutherford is still the chair, I believe.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
You are? Okay. So I would stick with our conservation department for this. My sense is they are on top of the current literature very much so. It's their field. I know Bill is as well. But that's my take, and I think the commission said it yesterday. Since we interrupted you again, Dennis, do you want to ask your question?
Sure, I guess it's time. Mr. Cohen, do you have any data on the difference in noise between padel and, did I get that right? And platform tennis or pickleball? Do you actually have any? I would think in all the marketing, everyone seems to be going, somebody must have come back and said XYZ, that kind of thing.
We actually know what it will be for the padel that we're proposing, because there apparently there have been phonometric studies done of padel games, and they fall within the permitted decibel levels of the town regulation. I don't have figures, Mr. Yeski, on either pickle or paddle, but the padel that we're proposing, which is, as you can see, to the west of the existing paddle tennis courts, will conform the closest distance to the the distance to the closest boundary is 75 feet, and based upon that distance and the noise level of typical padel games, which has been determined, we will be within the town regulations.
No, I understand, but all seem to be conforming to our regulation. Maybe it's a little too generous, but within that, there are different levels of noise that are generated. That's what I was after.
Yeah.
And second question, is this thing less expensive to build than Platform or Pickle?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Because we are getting it. We want to do the right thing, and we want people to put in the right courts, and just, they get involved in cost, and they get involved less in noise, particularly, the neighbors have to complain before somebody pays attention. And we'd like to get a little more information so that the next one that comes up and the next one, we're a little better informed. So if there's anything you could do, I would appreciate it.
Okay, we'll give you more information, maybe as we come in with additional Padel applications. These courts will be governed by the existing restrictions on play, which is that all play stops at 10 o'clock, no amplified sounds, no amplified sounds of that anybody would hear. That there will be, as I say, additional landscaping, including the entire area where the practice court used to be. And let's see, what else do I have? I think that's about it, and I'll be glad to answer any other questions.
Anybody got any questions other than Mr. Yeski?
I do.
Ma'am, go ahead.
Mr. Cohn, yesterday during the briefing, the question was raised, the walls, the play walls that are used with Padel are transparent, and I would appreciate it if there could be any monitoring of potential bird strike. Again, it's a new kind of sport, and it would be useful to know whether there's any issue there. If there isn't one, that would be great. But if there is one, then we'd want to see it addressed to prevent.
Yeah, Ms. Jenkins, when I heard you mention that yesterday, we brought that to the club's attention, and in turn, they spoke to the folks that build these things. And apparently there are ways to determine, to eliminate that problem, should that be a problem. Apparently they can have a film of some sort that tells the birds not to bash into the glass. But we'll be aware of that, and we'll watch for it. And if it's necessary, we'll take steps to avoid it.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Nope.
Yeah, my hand's up.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Wells.
That's okay. Mr. Cohen, you submitted, or your engineer submitted, a conditional drainage exemption, and the box checked in terms of your best management practices: the runoff volume from the new impervious surface shall be infiltrated for a 10-year design storm. Is there any possibility that you could step that up, say, to 25 years? Because, as you know, 10-year storms are coming more frequently than 10 years. And I don't know what the increased cost is, but I wondered if that would be a possibility.
We'll look into it, Mr. Wells, but as I believe you know, the standards are established by the Department of Public Works, and the conditional exemption is based on one of, I think, 5 or 6 possible solutions to any additional runoff. And the box that we checked, as you noted, is the one relating to the 10-year storm. But we'll discuss this with our engineers, see if it's possible.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think that really what Mr. Wells, you would not be able to do that for us today. Would you be able to offer that for us today if we condition something? Mr. Cohen?
I'm sorry, I missed that question.
Oh, would you, if we conditioned it that you were going to explore it, would you be agreeable to that?
We certainly would explore it. Yeah, absolutely.
Or maybe stronger language, Ms.
Well,
Cronin?
if stronger language may not be possible to achieve, we'll have to talk to
Ms.
our engineers simply followed the requirements of the DPW when they applied for the exemption. But if it's possible to provide greater infiltration, we will. But I assume that it was intended to create an infiltration, a gallery under the new playing courts at Padel, so that up to a 10-year storm could fit into that. Whether or not it could be expanded, I just don't know.
Okay. Ms. Cronin, you came into the meeting. You had something to add?
I apologize because I missed Mr. Wells' question. Is the question that he would like that to be expanded past the 10-year storm?
Yes.
And what would be the reasoning for that?
Well, the
Mr. Wells.
reasoning is that 10-year storms, we're getting more and more frequent rainstorms of intensity. So the 10-year storm is based on historical data. And as we've seen over the last 5 years, we're getting 100-year storms, 50-year storms. So I worry that a 10-year storm will probably be, a 25-year storm will in actuality come every 10 years. So I'm looking for some additional protection. We've got the Brunswick preschool right, downstream of you, if you will. Now I know water would need to go over all the tennis courts, but it's just a common concern of mine about drainage. Can we get any more protection? No, I wouldn't put it as a requirement. I think Mr. Cohen put it accurately. If you could explore, obviously, if the expense is too much, we would get that, but would appreciate the applicant exploring it, and in doing so, reflect our concerns about increased storm damage, increased flooding all over town.
We'll look into it, Mr. Wells. The issue really has to do with the size of the galleries, and we'll find out.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just, okay, that's fine.
And Mr. Lowe?
I was just going to say, in terms of the rationale to Ms. Cronin's question, the rationale is that it's very clear, at least anecdotally to most people, that the regulations and the guidelines with regard to the number of years of protection, if you will, are not keeping up with the what's actually happening on the ground, on this earth, in this area, in this town, everywhere. And so I would hope that we could make more than just a modest effort across the board, and this is just one example, to beef up the efforts to protect all issues surrounding drainage and the like.
No, I agree with you. My understanding, and again, I'm not an engineer, but the way the exemption forms work is that they're almost baked into it, the protections. So by holding that water, attenuating for the 10-year storm, that's different than a peak flow. So we're actually, if that was just lawn, part of that water would, soak into the ground and infiltrate, and part of it would sheet flow off. What we're saying is we're going to hold water, all the water that's coming from that area of impervious coverage, we're holding and infiltrating. So none of that is being released off of the site, whereas today it is. So we're actually improving it. And probably those galleries could actually be going through the 25-year storm. We'd have to look at it, but if you go through the actual drainage manual, that attenuation, that holding is actually just for the 1-year storm. So when you're thinking 25 years, you might be thinking peak flow coming off the site. So there's different things that we're looking at. And I think that those, parameters within the exemption forms, that's why we don't have to go to DPW, because they
Right.
kind of baked it into the requirement.
Yeah.
I understand that. What I'm talking about is if you get that one storm and then what's happening is we're getting multiple storms within a short period of time, and that holding pen, if you will, that tank may not be able to handle it. And we don't know. This is, what's happening naturally in the world, and what's happening with storms and rainfall and the like is not something that anybody has had to deal with before. And so it would be great to get ahead of it.
We'll look into it, Mr. Lowe, and we'll report back to the staff.
Yeah, I think one of the things is we know DPW is starting to ask for more than the minimum number of years in flood prone zones. And we keep asking DPW to reconsider the drainage exemption as potentially being not always appropriate, and not always appropriate when a drainage system has been in place for a long time. So a drainage exemption would be fine if you had a fairly new system in place. But sometimes you have an 100-year-old building, as you yourselves say, that has old drainage systems that are not designed for much retention. And that's how we would fine tune the drainage exemption, is how good is your current drainage? And if it's pretty good, then you would get an exemption because, it's de minimis change. But if it's not, here's an opportunity to go fix it. And I know that's expensive for applicants. And I myself, I've looked at how that impacts people. And you're asking people to incur an additional expense. So that's why we would only ask you to explore it, because it is money. All right. Anything else from people? No. Okay. Are there any public comments on the Field Club of Greenwich application? Kindly raise your virtual hand. Bill Rutherford, he's going to talk to us about the tree. He disappeared on me, Patrick. Can you get him in?
I just promoted him, so that's probably
Okay, that's right. Yeah, I went to promote him and he was gone. All right, Mr. Rutherford, welcome. Anytime you're ready to unmute, we're ready to hear you talk about trees. Uh-oh. There you go. Great.
Yes, William Rutherford, landscape architect, and you are correct. I am still chairman of the Conservation Commission.
Yes, I just had to tell Mr. Cohen that. What was it you said? Oh, that you did know a lot or something like that?
Yes.
And he said, well, he is chairman.
Anyways, just to start out, I have no problem switching from Norway to spruce to white spruce. But I'm really going to talk more as chairman of conservation because I have two young ladies who you saw their reports. They're phenomenal, by the way, and I couldn't have a better staff. Just so you know, the Norway spruce is not on the invasive list in the state of Connecticut. It is listed somewhere in some other states within the United States. It's more of a site condition versus a propagation type issue of reproducing.
Yep.
And on that same list is some of our native trees, which we totally promote in the state of Connecticut, showing as being invasive in some other states in the U.S. So I'm going to be doing a little, I'm very big on invasive, so especially, through the Conservation Commission, we're going to be looking at how to figure out this dilemma of having a native tree being invasive somewhere else. And how do we deal with that? I think it's all climate change. So I just want to let you know, I am going to look into that.
Mr. Rutherford, speaking for homeowners as opposed to commissioners here,
Right,
you have no idea how much people would appreciate a good list on the town website
right.
of what the Conservation Commission would want us to do, because I talk to people and they say, oh, I put in all this landscaping and then I figured out that it isn't good. So
Right.
if maybe some people don't care, but the people who do would be really grateful with this idea of yours of just making it clear.
Yeah,
for
and I'll
everybody.
be working very closely with Beth on that.
So you're okay going to the white?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Just, you know, the screening it's doing, whether it's, there's a meadow behind it, and it is 100% porcelain berry, the worst invasive we have in the town. And it's, to me, it's destroying a lot of area of Greenwich. So that's the number one invasive we really have to address in this town.
So I'm in a rabbit hole for a second. What about Japanese knotweed? That's what we always hear about.
And knotweed is too,
Okay.
and
All right.
mugwort is another one, but
Yeah,
I
yep, those
consider-
are the ones we keep being told, you know,
Right.
Repeat the
right.
first,
But
Mr. Rutherford.
it
porcelain
is a
berry.
vine, the porcelain berry, and it can grow 18 feet a year. It's just rampant. So anyway,
Wow. That was super helpful, very instructive. I think Dennis Yeski has a question for you.
Am I allowed to ramble?
To
Pardon?
ramble? Yeah, go ahead.
I would love to know why green giants are not native or invasive.
Actually, green giants are the western, I think they're probably a hybrid of the western red cedar, which is native to North America in like Oregon, Washington area. I know it's native to the Canadian province of British Columbia.
Do
So-
you hate those as much?
Pardon?
Do you hate those as much as some of the other ones you mentioned?
That they can be controlled and used in proper locations. I don't like to see them I hate to see them as hedgerows. But individual plants is a different story.
Okay.
Thank
All right, that's because we hear different versions of that. So that question has been on our minds for years, and
Yeah,
we know- yeah.
it's one we really have to watch. I think at some point it could become invasive. But-
okay. And Beth and Sarah are the conservation staff has always commented negatively on them.
Right,
But then
right.
we have landscape architects who come in and say they're the workhorse of screening plants and they should be used in hedgerows. And so we're never really sure how to weigh that. So that was very helpful.
Yeah, well, hedgerows, in my mind, should be diversified and have more
Yeah.
than one plant. When I design, that's what I look at first.
Okay.
All
right.
So if you have any questions about that, I'll back you up 100%.
Well, invite us sometime. Have the Conservation Commission teach us a class.
Yes, okay,
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
okay.
Okay, folks, anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application on Lake Avenue for Padel Courts at the Field Club? And the answer is no. Any further questions from the commission? Nope. Any objection to closing this application at this time? This application is hereby closed. Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you.
Okay, that was fast. All right, our next application is GBF 2320 LLC. This is at 18 Close Road. It is to construct a 28 by 28 shed in the rear property on a property that's already got 150,000 cubic feet. So it's before us as a special permit because it will further exceed the 150,000 cubic feet. The property is 27 acres plus. And with that, who's representing the applicant?
I believe is Mr. G. Oh, yes, Mr. G.
Giancola. Okay, you. I can't get him in, Patrick. And I know you made me co-host, right? Okay. All right.
You are co-host. Sorry.
Yep. Okay. Mr. Giancola, anytime you want to unmute, you may go ahead. Mr. Giancola, you have your hand up. You just need to unmute yourself. Mr. Giancola, on the
I got it.
lower, got it?
Yep.
Great. Okay.
Oh,
If
boy.
you can figure out how to turn on your camera, that's
Yeah,
great.
right. I'm an engineer and I can't figure out how to do the hold on. Let me
But
see
we
if this-
won't make any jokes.
Hang on. I just switched it. I don't know if that worked. You can't see me. My apologies.
That's okay. We'll listen to you.
Okay. Yes, I'm here representing the applicant in this particular proposal. The shed that we're proposing is actually replacing a larger shed, which was approved by this commission in the front of the property, but the owners decided not to build it, and they had an approval. The volume that it would have contained. This particular shed is going to be a smaller volume.
Yes, but Mr. Giancola, unless you were building the old shed in place, once you put the new shed into a new location, you have to conform with the regulations and reduce the height to 25 feet.
Yes, no, we understand that. And I spoke to the owner's representative. This is going to be a prefabricated shed. It'll be delivered in pieces. And they had about 9 inches higher than the code allows in our particular municipality. That's going to be corrected. The other item, too, that was mentioned in the staff report are the 2 concrete slabs on either side. You okay?
Sorry.
That's okay. The 2 concrete slabs that are shown on the architectural plans on the sides of the building are not going to be built. That's going to be all lawn area around the shed, and that takes care of I understand the drainage issue. That was all approved by the Wetlands Agency, so we don't need to change the drainage on that. By the way, we were unaware of the commission's briefing yesterday, and I apologize
Yeah,
for
we
not.
saw the email. That's fine. Sometimes people don't
Okay.
know.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, and from what I can tell, there's a lot of people who don't do, a lot of towns that don't do one. People are always surprised that we do.
Okay.
But it gets us all on the same, at the same level of knowledge that everybody who has questions gets to at least get their questions in.
Okay.
Okay, so
And you're aware that the Wetlands Agency has approved this particular application.
we are aware of that, even though we were a little disturbed given the proximity.
Well,
Yeah, given the proximity to the wetland, we were a little concerned, but it's their job and they've okayed you.
Yes.
So it's just the only thing we saw was you have 2 different heights in the plans, and we saw that and they're inconsistent with each other. And I think that was our only outstanding question. Does anybody on the commission have any questions on this other than that?
I think landscape, there was a
A
landscape
plan.
proposed, but it wasn't specified or detailed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
it says they're gonna move, so proposed relocation of trees.
that's correct.
Okay, so why don't you just elaborate on that?
Yeah.
It wasn't detailed enough.
Well, what we're going to do, if the commission will accept it, is we will have a landscape plan, and if you can condition any approval on preparing that plan, we'd be more than happy to do that. If you've ever visited the property, this would be the perfect site for a house or garden type of publication or media. There is a lot of gardening and plantings around the building and throughout the whole site. The wooded areas have all been preserved too, by the way. So, preparing a landscaping plan is not a problem for us. We'll take care of it.
Okay, Mr. Macra?
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions from the commission? No. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 18 Close Road for a shed? All right. Question for the commission. What are your thoughts on closing versus having the applicant come back with the detailed landscape plan and the revised height of the structure?
Can't the staff do that?
That's your decision.
I'd prefer staff to do that.
That would be my recommendation.
Right.
Nick?
I would think I'd like to see the plan because they've got to cut 9 inches off of a prefabricated building.
Surprise.
That sounds like a real engineering challenge.
I can assure you it'll be done.
Yeah.
Well, condition it.
Huh?
We can condition it that they have to do it.
We could condition it that they have to do it. Nick would rather see the revised plans.
We could submit that if you like. But
No, you have to submit the revised
no.
plans.
Yeah,
But
we
the question
understand
is,
that.
Nick would rather not close the application because he wants to see the revised plans. That's what I'm asking.
Mr. Giancola, the landscaping you have proposed, it just says evergreen tree. What does what would that
Well,
mean to me?
I'm not a plant expert, but we will have someone prepare a planting plan that'll be agreeable to the staff, I can assure you.
Okay, and this is these. Can't see it seemed kind of haphazard on the site plan, and there's a couple of trees there being relocated.
That's correct also. And again, we're going to have someone who's more familiar with that type of transplanting, which I am not.
Okay, so I've got a building that's 9 inches too tall, and I've got a landscape plan, which I'm not too sure exactly what I'm looking at.
Well, I can assure you that the landscaping will be something that's really agreeable to the staff. So, and the building height we have to reduce for the building department. So those two items you can make it conditioned on making sure that A, staff agrees with the planting, and B, that the building is in fact going to be 9 inches shorter.
Okay.
Nick, your call.
Yeah, why don't we go ahead? Let me say something. I think we probably can close this. I write down some conditions here as I'm kind of thinking about this because 9 inches. The issue I have is that it's a prefabricated structure of bits and parts and things. So it's got to go back to the factory, that kind of stuff. All those bits and pieces have to be resolved. I want to make sure that that whatever happens actually in the field when that thing shows up and drops off the truck is exactly the right height. But it is what it is. So why don't we go ahead? I can say we can close this.
Okay. All right. Okay. So does anybody object to closing this application at this time? This application is hereby closed.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Giancola. And so Mr. Lowe, your hand is up. Is this because it's time for you to go home?
Not quite.
Okay.
But it pertains to that. So I've got to have to leave at 6. If it's my anticipation that the next application may run more than the 15 minutes that is,
Let's seat Madam Jones now.
That's what I was going to suggest.
And that doesn't stop you from being.
Never does.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty. And with that, we have Mr. Tessie, if you would raise your hand, because I don't see you.
He's coming in, Madam Chair, or should be.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Tessie. How do you feel about taking these applications together?
60 days.
Hello, Mr. Tessie. How do you feel about taking these applications together?
I think it's a great idea, as usual, that you have, Madam Chair.
Okay, so our next two applications will be heard together. They are 240 GA LLC for a zoning map amendment to rezone a property at 240 Greenwich Avenue from the CGB and CGBR zone to add the HO designation in those two zones to the property as it applies in those two zones. The next application is the final site plan and special permit pertinent to what's going to be done with that HO. And that is for a 48-bedroom, 12-unit building with 2 levels of parking below with 49 spaces and 2,500 square feet of additional office space in the existing bank. And with that, Mr. Tessie, if you would proceed, or we are happy to jump in, I believe.
Well, I am just for the record, so to speak. As you noted, I'm representing the applicant, 240 GA LLC. I've been before the agency a number of times in connection with, I believe it's 4 other previous applications that were all objected to by our neighboring condominium association to the west. Pleased to say that I believe, you never know, but I believe we now have the support with respect to these particular applications of the association. Mr. Cohn, I believe, as you all know, represents the association, and I believe he will speak at some point. With that, I did listen to the staff briefing yesterday. I took notes. I think I understand the questions, some concerns, but overall, I thought that it was a productive staff briefing and one that we can work with. I can go through a presentation, but if you've heard me present not too many, I think, on this property, I'm happy to engage with the commission members. I need you.
Let's do this. Let's start with our questions. And if you think that we're missing key knowledge about your application, then you can present us that piece of your visuals. Sure. Mr. Lowe, if you would go ahead.
Yes, sorry to dive in, but I'm not going to be here long. Yesterday, Mr. Tessie, I mentioned that it would be great if you could today afternoon, describe in greater detail how that proposed new structure is clearly complementary and secondary to the original structure to be protected by the HBO, and then secondly, to perhaps describe the minimal nature, if any, of the changes to the distinctive materials, features, spaces, spatial relationships, etc.
Yes, thank you. As we had indicated in our cover letter to you, we appeared before the HDC twice with this applicant, 2 times in-house, so to speak, with the HDC members. And we also had a field trip to the property with the HDC members. Mr. Kevin Molnar, who's usually at my right or my left in these applications, should be present. He may have some additional commentary on the issue of on architectural questions. So it may be appropriate to elevate Kevin now so we can keep the ball rolling if it becomes necessary.
Let's just give it a second. Let's just focus on the questions.
Yes. I know his questions.
I mean, we'll promote him, but I just really want to focus on the questions Mr. Lowe's asking because he has to leave the meeting.
Okay,
and I'll get Mr. Molnar.
Okay, well, Mr. Molnar, he knows our architectural in-house person for Mr.
Yep, I know who he is.
Okay, yes, I did, as you know. Okay, so insofar as the complementary element, I think that was established through going through a few iterations of the building, working closely with the members of the HDC who had comments regarding that very issue. So the building that you see today is one that they believed, as a whole, I don't know of any objections, as a building that would be, I don't know if complementary is the right word, but certainly it would be compatible with the existing.
Excuse me, Mr. Tessie, in the regulation is that very word, complementary. So if we could.
That's fine. Complementary, I think is an appropriate word. So far as secondary, there is no provision in the commercial zone regulations within section 6109 for it to be secondary. That type of language is actually found with respect to the residential zones. So I don't believe we have an issue there. It reminds me of the time we worked on the YMCA and put a large extension onto the YMCA, and the HO was very much an issue, or historical aspects of it was never an issue there. So I don't believe that this building needs to be materially subordinate. It isn't. It is in terms of just general area, in that the building has I can give you the actual numbers, but the existing office building has about 75,000 square feet. This building will be approximately 36,000 square feet. So it's less than 50% of the total area of the existing commercial building. What was that?
The second part of this had to do
Yes.
with the nature of any changes to the materials, features, spaces, etc.
Yes, and that was one of the reasons the HTC had a field trip. Thank you for reminding me. Had the field trip to the property. They were most interested with the addition we were proposing to the interior addition to the historical bank portion, the front portion of the commercial building, and how that interior would it affect the view line, if you will, through those windows.
And the HTC's comment was, I'm sorry, I'm jumping in, but what was their comment on not using limestone?
That's why I have Kevin up here.
All right. Well, we'll get to them then. We're just going to let you get to Kevin. Go ahead and keep answering.
Yeah, but
Mr.
they were concerned
Mr. Lowe.
whether or not there was going to be that type of visual impact that I believe you're concerned about, Mr. Lowe. And they were comfortable because that 2,500 square foot third floor addition actually is right word architecturally, but it is set back and it's more of a mezzanine. And when Mr. Molnar worked with them and they went out and saw it, because he was in the field with them, they were very comfortable that there would be no impact by way of that addition, interior addition. And so far as the building's concerned in the rear, I thought I answered that, and that building is set apart a bit from the building, the commercial building. I think it's also important, and well, I don't want to digress because you may have other questions. And I know you're running out of time.
Mr. Lowe, go ahead.
And the other thing I mentioned yesterday was perhaps commenting on the visible impact on the streetscape. Now we're talking about obviously the main older building is fronting on Greenwich Avenue, but the second building that will be constructed will by necessity be fronting on Elm Street, correct?
West Elm Street, correct.
Yeah, so the streetscape obviously will have to embrace the Elm Street site. So I just ask you to comment on that.
Yes, well, that is something we worked on internally, worked on with HDC, that balance. And we also worked on with our neighbors to the west. They had some comments about our architecture too. So at the end of the day, all came together principally by addressing the comments from the HDC on your I believe your very issue there.
All right. Mr. Wells, you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to talk about the request to extend the rear property line. Maybe you could go into the rationale, and number two, the placement of it. That it was hard to figure out on the map, but it doesn't look like it's at the end, i.e. between your property and Harbor View. It looks like it goes right down the middle of your property, although isn't this all one lot? So how do you put a rear property line in the middle of one lot, if I'm understanding?
I think what you actually saw was the existing rear property line, not the proposed rear property line. The existing rear property line has that funky, goes through the building, first of all, goes north-south, and then kind of juts out, then does a 90-degree turn. It's weird, for lack of a better word. And that was, in fact, I told you, Mr. Laurel back when about that. That was one of the issues that we had. It just didn't make any sense. They probably should have changed it back when, in the 70s, but it was not changed. I was around then. Think of it. But let me explain. Okay, you are correct. We have one lot. We have one zoning lot. We have one tax lot. What we have is a split zoning on this particular piece of property between CGBR and CGB. I believe that this is the only lot on Greenwich Avenue that happens to have that bifurcation. The idea of pulling that line all the way back to us, therefore, accomplished a number of goals, but it was in combination with what we were proposing in terms of changing the zone. Would make sense. It would make no sense to move the building zone line back and not extend the CGBR zone to that point. We also believe that the HO overlay is an important component of what we're trying to accomplish here, and it spans. It sounds complicated, but at the end of the day, it's synthesized. What I mean by that is we have a legally non-conforming building with a zone line through the middle of it. It isn't the greatest thing in the world from just a planning standpoint. So we cleaned that up by moving the lot line to the rear. I'm sorry, not the lot line, the building line to the rear of the, when I say the rear, I should say the western line, because we have a corner lot, as you know. What we also do by the overlay of the HO is something interesting, is that we are going to protect not only the historical building, but also the addition, which is complementary, as we all know. There are arch windows, and obviously complementary architecture. And that building is now like 50 years old already. So that addition, I should say, right? So we're and this is the major corner of the course, Greenwich Avenue. As Chairman Alvin noted, that this building is not protected. Certainly in the short term, well, you never know, it's Greenwich, but short term, I don't see anyone seeking to remove it, certainly not Mr. Ferrari. But, you know, the eternity is a long time, right? And so we're willing to lock in this property in the HO, with the HO zone, that building specifically, but also under the HO zone, the new building being proposed will be protected. because you're not going to be able to, you agree with the HO, with the Historic District Committee, that building also will be within their jurisdiction, and changes to that building, because it's important to keep the conflict, to keep the balance of the site the way we're proposing it, perpetual. So we're locking in that, southwest corner of West Elm Street, and that's a good lock-in. And we're talking about a site that has about 1.25 acres, right in the middle of the action on Greenwich Avenue. And we're locking it in a way where it's balanced. As you know, I'm sure you all know, we've had various iterations of proposals here involving whether it was 6110 under the regulations or 830G or working with the trust company, and all were volumetrically and floor area larger projects. We scaled it down, obviously working with, again, the Bruce Clone's clients, the association. They were concerned about the number of units, so we've gone with 12 units as opposed to the minimum previously. I think we made at 24, then 30, then 60, but we've had a meeting of the minds, a good meeting of the minds, and it's good to see people working together. I think that the comments that were made by the commission were all understandable yesterday. I can speak to the parking question. I can speak to anything else. The parking.
I'm gonna hold on a second, Mr. Tessie. Before you start
Okay.
talking about topics, we have questions to ask you.
Oh, go ahead.
Mr.
All right.
Wells,
Yeah, just one final thought. Moving the rear property line, does that help you at all with parking? Do you get more relief because you're, in the prison zone?
Well, it's interesting. We actually kind of don't, because when it comes to parking, first of all, we have 55 parking spaces on site. Now, the commission, 4 years ago, we went in with some modifications to the building. The commission confirmed the building's legally non-conforming with 55 parking. What we're proposing now is to build as you know, a parking garage, 2-level parking garage. That parking garage produces 22 parking spaces. When you add up, so we have a total of, at the end of the day, we have 77 parking spaces on the site. Plus, we have 11 parking spaces that are by contract with the adjoining properties, 2 adjoining properties to the south. They're landlocked properties. They need access to our property, and we have reciprocal easements on some parking. But the net effect is 11 parking spaces in addition. So we have a total of 86 parking spaces. That's what we have.
you're going from 66 to 88 is what your application says.
88, I
Okay,
apologize.
but
Speaking
let
of
me
two-
let me take that
let me-
differently, Mr. Tessie. I want to go differently on that parking analysis, because you're saying, well, and we're only adding 12 units, but you're adding the square footage of office space, and you're to begin with.
Yes.
So it isn't that you're adding 22 spaces for 12 units. You also have to cover that office space that you're adding first.
I did an analysis that I
Okay.
sent to Bianca, that I think she sent to you, that I was trying to take you through right now.
Okay.
2,500 square feet, yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The 2,500
Those are
square
windows.
feet addition
Yes, yeah.
of commercial space requires 9 parking spaces. That's the math, 9 parking.
Right. And you're adding 22.
So adding 22 and 11, we're adding
Here's the
20
trade-off the commission got
But
to
why don't you
yesterday.
I just want
because
to, I want to just finish, please. Just let me
Okay.
finish. Answering your first question. There are 9 parking spaces. We need to cover the additional 2,500 square feet. Okay.
Right.
The number of the residential units. The residential units, I heard you about the number of spaces, but just hear me out. You suggested 1.5. There are actually 2 parking spaces for each of those 12 units. If you do your math,
I get 24, 12 times 2 is 24, last
There you
time I
go.
checked.
Right on. Right
You're
on.
only adding 22 spaces and you're adding office space. And so you're not adding 24 spaces, you're adding 22 and you are
Yes.
adding office space.
Yes.
And you are currently non-conforming for parking, which is okay, I get it. But the concern is, now the contra statement that Mr. Wells made yesterday was he did not want to see the building get taller and more area go to parking.
I think there's a major disconnect here. I'll try again. Okay,
Okay.
I'll try again. It's actually right in, if you look at the CGBR regulations, I know you talked a bit about it. And
Well, I kind of wanted to do that before we got to the parking because
well, no, it's part of it. It's part of it because you will see there that when it comes to a building over 15,000 square feet, 15,000 square feet, the the parking is not exempt for 1 and 3 for uses 1 and 3. But what you take into account, and they name 3 different areas. One of the things you take into account are parking you obviously have, plus parking that you may have by contract. Okay, we have by contract 11 parking spaces. Let's do the math again. As you said earlier, it comes to 88 parking spaces, 55 existing parking spaces. Subtract, because those are the spaces for the existing. Those spaces are for the existing building. We have to cover the new office space and we have to cover the residential. The commission has discretion to say basically any number. Regulations say 1, but whatever the commission decides. If you do the math, we've added the 22 plus the 11, that's 33. You subtract the 9 from the 33, and you get 24. 24 means that you have 2 parking spaces for each of the residential units. That's the math. It's there. I probably shouldn't have even put in the regulation on the commission, one deciding on how many spaces for the residential. I should have probably said we have 2 right in the letter. We do.
well, you
One
didn't
should
have
probably
to,
be
we're
enough.
not, Mr. Tessie, I don't think we're dum-dums enough to not remember that our mixed use buildings are 1 space per unit. You could write it or not write it.
That's
This
what
is
I
not a
said.
commission who is unaware of that.
That's why I said I should have not highlight. I put
No,
that
it didn't
in.
matter. Okay, so
No, it
you,
doesn't matter. It's a moot
All right.
point. The bottom line is we covered it. We cover what we're proposing when it comes to parking in accordance with the regulations. When it comes to the office space and the residential uses, you had suggested 1.5 because got 1.5, at least 1.5. I'll say at least 1.5 spaces. And I'm just pointing out we have 2. We
Okay.
have
all
space.
right. I'm going to let you
That's all.
answer questions from
Okay.
Ms. Jenkins and Ms. Jones, because I want to ask you something else that's longer.
Okay.
Ms. Jenkins.
Thank you. I'm just going to go back 1 step and reiterate what Mr. Lowe said, Mr. Tessie, but I'm going to change the emphasis here. Any new construction, I'm not talking about the residential zone, and I understand that's where the accessory and supplemental comes in. Any new construction is supposed to be compatible with and protective of the site's significant existing structures. And I was kind of surprised to see how little of the classic architecture that's saved on the Greenwich Avenue side actually shows up on the new construction on West Elm. And admittedly, it's strange in a way because the new modern edition, which you say will now be protected, shall I say, lacks a certain elegance. But then the new building is a different color. It's different in terms of, I'm no architect, but it's different in terms of being very sharp and not having a lot of the elegance of older architecture. And your addition in a way is kind of like a buffer. It's between the beautiful stuff and the new stuff. But the new proposed building, first of all, I love the orientation of it. I think that's a wonderful change to the design here. But it doesn't look like it has anything to do with the buildings on the rest of the site. There's a little bit of rounded windows at the upper side, but that's not on the side that you see standing on West Elm. So I would just reinforce Mr. Lowe's concern that from a protective point of view with an HO, which I feel very strongly about, as I'm sure you're aware, I don't see it. It seems like a building that could be independently anywhere. But I will say the reason for my raising my hand is the issue of traffic. And your traffic consultant says, if I read it correctly, that there's going to be, even though you're increasing office space and adding 48 bedrooms, that there is no appreciable increase in the traffic on West Elm. And in fact, if I read it correctly, it actually suggests there's a decrease in the number of potential trips from that location. And I'm floored by that, because West Elm is already heavily trafficked in both directions, and you're going to have additional construction in that neighborhood. So the result of the traffic study bewildered me, because I could not figure out how 48 bedrooms plus 2,500 square feet of new office was going to decrease the traffic on West Elm.
Mr. Sepola is here, our traffic, I believe he's in attendance. Our traffic engineer is here. He can answer that.
Appreciate
He can take you through his analysis. We think the overall proposal is relatively benign overall in terms of increasing traffic, but I'll let him use his words. On your concerns about the new building versus the intervening building versus the historic building, I mean, Mr. Macri's an architect, and may have some comments too, but it is not, to my understanding, and I read a bit about this over the years, and I've been involved in different projects. It's not a given that every proposed additional building on a campus with a historic building should mimic that building in any respect. There are, I believe, way back when they were working on the tenant issue back when on the library, what the addition would look like. And I remember working on the YMCA building, and that addition, any issues come up. So there are different thoughts on that. And I'll leave it at that. But certainly the HDC, as I said earlier, we went through some iterations. Mr. Molnar could elaborate more, because of questions about trying to get that building, lack of a better word, right insofar as they were concerned. And this, we brought in mock-ups, or Kevin did, field trip, as I pointed out earlier, and we worked closely with them. And it's the HDC, I think, that really is the body that provides you with the guidance in those regards, certainly better than me. Kevin may or may not have a bit more, because he did on that very subject, because he worked closely with them on that, and also with our architects to come up with something that they felt balanced. Now, I can also point out, as indicated in their approval letter, that at the end of the day, if we were to obtain an approval, HDC would wanted us to come back with, dig down deep with the, I'll call it dig down details of the building, when you get to that point of construction drawings, so that it's done. And I'll use the word right insofar as they're concerned.
Well, I appreciate the fact that they're going to be further review, but the term used in the regulation is compatible with.
It's compatible. It is compatible. Compatible doesn't mean you mimic it.
And I'm not suggesting
compatible. I like complementary, but at the end of the day, we're trying to get it right. Team worked very hard, worked with HDC. If you all want to, I don't know what to say, because at the end of the day, we've got to work with HDC. I know it happens certainly over the years with the commission and the ARC, but to me, when we're getting down to historic buildings, I think the HDC, there should be some deference to what the HDAC thinks. HDAC, thinks about a project by the commission, but it's up to you. You're the body that makes the final decision.
I appreciate the deference, but again, I'm not suggesting that it mimic. It would look ridiculous if it had exactly the same sort of characteristics, but compatible also suggests that there at least be some interest in pointing out the provisions in the older buildings that are being protected. And I simply didn't see anything there, but I will not speak for Mr. McRae in terms of architecture. Certainly, I didn't even stay at the Motel 6, as Madam Chair says. So I will not.
I stay at the Holiday Inn, my friend.
Oh, okay. Motel 6 is even worse. Anyway, I'd like to have the traffic addressed, though. I appreciate that.
Okay, so we're going to do the traffic.
Patrick,
We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. And no.
Oh, okay.
So I wasn't going to comment on this, but I do sort of agree with Mary. I understand that it doesn't need to mimic, but I feel like that for some reason in this one image I'm looking at, it feels as if it sort of jumps out at you, or it's almost it's not referencing the two older buildings enough that it feels so very distinctly different from them, as if not to be part of the same property. My real question, I was going to go back to something that Mr. Lowe had said earlier, and you were talking about how this new building is about 37 and change square feet, versus the historic building and the addition are about 38,000 square feet, or a little bit over that. I'm looking at the summary here. So the total is about 75,000 square feet, of which the new one is just over 37 square feet, 37,000 square feet.
Excuse me a second. Just in 35. Yeah. Right.
So it's just about equal to.
Yes, yeah, you're right. I was reading the total. Yeah, thank you for the correction.
And so it's actually, no, and it's sort of clear, but equal to the other two combined. But the other question I have is with regard to what's going into this 37,000 square feet. It's the 3 stories of a residential. I know there's a residential lobby that's on kind of the ground floor. Is the parking level included? The parking level that's on the same level as the lobby, is that included in that 37, or is that in addition to that 37,000 square feet?
That level is, and we work based on the grade planes were created, is considered a basement.
So even the one that's even the parking that's on the same level as the residential lobby is considered the basement. All the parking is considered the basement. Okay. And just as a look at the profiles, I'm trying to sort of see in terms of the massing and what it looks like relative to what we have, what is already there at the corner. You don't think, one more question, and it has to do with the parking. The 11 offsite spaces that you have, you have them already now.
Yes,
you've had them for a number of years. So what's being added in toto is 22 spaces.
Not for zoning purposes. Those lots, those spaces were never counted for zoning purposes, because you couldn't count those spaces for zoning purposes.
But you're saying that they would be counted in the future?
They can be counted now because of the fact that under the CGBR regulations, when you're over 15,000 square feet, you can count parking spaces that you have by contract.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. Nick, go next.
Mr. Tessie, I guess we're looking at a triple dip here, right? We're rezoning to CGBR. We're actually looking for a historic overlay. And we want to push the rear building line back to the now what would be the rear of the property incomplete. Is that correct?
I wouldn't use dip because that's kind of a derogatory term, but we're asking for 3 changes, and I described why.
Okay. Mr. Tessie, is there a street view along East Elm that shows the comparative heights of the 3 buildings?
I believe Kevin may have that. You meant West.
West
obviously.
Elm. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
And
That's been developed.
Okay, great. And the Historic District Commission gave an endorsement to the historic overlay for the 2 sides of the existing historic building and the rotunda and the addition that was added to the building in the 70s. Is that correct?
The they look at it as facade easements. Yeah, those facades.
Right.
Yes.
Those 2 sides, the 2 sides of the building from turn of the century, and then the addition itself in the 70s. Is the parking in both buildings shared, or would it be segregated between residences only and office use?
Parking, some of the parking in the new building would be shared because we have to maintain the parking, the 55 parking spaces for the plus the 2 handicaps for that pre-existed, plus the 9, and so some of those, yes, would be in the building.
Mm-hmm. Getting back to, I think, something that was said before, actually understanding how the actual federal government looks at historic preservation and additions to historic buildings. The 70s edition actually follows that. There's a specific visual separation between the 2 buildings. So you actually completely understand that the addition to the 70s isn't anything like the existing historic building.
Right.
The YMCA has a similar, I remember actually laboriously
Right,
talking
and
about
that's
that.
what the Department of Interior wants and all of that, but
Exactly.
But Nick, what's bothering me is the sharpness. Now I'm looking at those renderings, which are worth nothing. I'm sorry, Mr. Molnar, but renderings are so deceptive. I look at that rendering and it's dark brick. And I feel like the main importance of the building is limestone. And you have limestone in the front. And yes, the apartment building behind is brick. But why not tie it all together and stick with a limestone?
So as we've developed this over
So no, I'm sorry, Mr. Molnar, just 2 seconds, because Nick is thinking.
I'm thinking, okay. I think Mr.
So if you would just I just wanted Nick to answer me. I know.
But as I'm looking at that street section actually is actually a critical issue to understand how it fits with the 2 other buildings, the adjacent buildings, those kind of things. I think, if I may, Mr. Molnar, as I see what you have intended, and I think what some people may be actually thinking about would be, you have the arches or a simulated arch on the buildings. It's brick, it's those things. It seems very out of place. I'd like to have seen the sketches where you got to this point, but I understand the brick issue of going not towards the existing limestone and concrete, but to the adjacent buildings which are brick. I'm kind of missing the arch issue in terms of its scale and rhythm adjacent to the addition itself. But you can explain that later on, I guess. But I think it's actually understanding in an HO situation, we are accustomed to having buildings that are complementary to whatever building institutes the historic overlay. And in this case, it's that the bank building in the limestone, the new building can't misconstrue that it's actually an addition, but it has actually that rhythm of the windows with the arches similar to one. So it's actually a little bit more complementary. I can see where the commission's saying, I'm not too sure if this is complementary to anything around it other than the brick going in the opposite direction to the other buildings. Mr. Tessie,
Yes.
so you have the parking is shared between the two buildings. So I guess there's going to be a plan for that, because it would seem to me that that would kind of compromise the actual residences themselves. I had one other question and I should have written it down, but the incentives that and I want to make sure I've got to understand this. The incentives for the HOs, and the Historic District Commission understood this, was that you were looking for a second building plus the infill of the floor in the bank. They understood that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
To just go back and answer your first, well, I don't know, it's the question, but yes, on the shared parking, these units, as you can appreciate, are programmed to be higher end units. Clearly the parking is going to be protected for them. But to the extent that you can share on any mixed use site, you should share, because that makes total sense. The residential should be protected. In fact, the commission, hitting myself that one. I think in a
all right. So
no, Mr. Tessie, I just have actually one additional question. DHO gets you the second building and the infill. I'm kind of at a loss, and I think actually I need to wrap my head around this. Excuse me for a second. The HO gets you the second building and the infill. I need to actually wrap my head around actually the rezoning to the CGBR, other than making it tidy.
Yeah, I agree.
And the rear building line, I could understand if you, rear building line maybe to the back facade of the existing addition to the front building, but all the way to the back property line is beyond me. I am not getting that at all. I need some more time to get my head wrapped around that, because it makes no sense to me whatsoever.
I can answer that for you. Two things. Number one, the HO doesn't necessarily get us the second building. The moving of the CGBR zone line in the rear building line allow for that. And so far as with the I'm sorry, there's too many. Insofar as the HO overlay is concerned, the only thing that kind of gets us on that building is, and that was noted by Jackie yesterday, was the fact that the commission could have allowed a residential on the first floor in the CGBR zone. Now, so that's what it accomplishes. But also, I thought it was important, it was me, that there be a campus there. And it's interesting because I think you want that building, because I'm listening to you, you have to get it right. Maybe there are going to be a few more iterations. But whether or not that building was in the HO zone or not, I would assume you would want the same compatibility, because it's a visual thing, right? So you're not happy, or you'd like to see more work done. Is that a word, visuality? I don't know. But the visuality of it all has been expressed as a question or concern that you want us to work on. That was
yes.
So you don't
absolutely.
So if I said no, we're
I'm not too sure.
Mr. Tessie, stop talking just for a second.
Mr. Tessie, I'm not too sure if I said that. Actually, it's just up to Mr. Molnar to actually, produce the designs for this. And to me, visuality, or what the architectural style is, how it's working, can be a lot of different things. I'll give you a good example. A most incredibly historic example, Trinity Church in Hancock Tower in Boston. The Hancock Tower actually is glass and mirrors the Trinity Church specifically because the Trinity Church is historic. So it has not the architecture of a brand new building was designed in such a way so actually you can see the reflection of the historic in it.
I appreciate that.
So, in this case, if you went with the glass design, that's an option you have, but it's up to Mr. Molnar to figure this out. So
Right.
I think actually, in terms of the architecture, listen to the other members and what they have to say about it. And have Mr. Molnar, if he has to go back to the drawing board or,
Right.
Take a look at what's things. But I think actually hearing from him, he can explain to the design intent and we can move on.
Right. Well, let me just say, when I said you, I didn't mean you as in you. I meant you as a commission. There were points expressed in those regards. That's all.
Okay, Mr. Yeski.
Yeah. I think I'm going to take the commission in a different direction.
That's fine.
Mr. Tessie, I'm a little confused about what HDC is doing right now. Where do you stand with them exactly?
They wrote a letter.
That letter.
They wrote a letter to the commission, the Planning and Zoning Commission, after 2 hearings in a site visit, recommending the HO overlay, and noting that we agreed to come back with final, which we do with ARC too, come back with the final details of design. But they had seen various details. They saw some the type of windows, etc. Kevin can better explain it because he was at the fore of working with the.
That's okay. In other words, they don't approve the architecture, they approve the HO. I got it.
No,
Right.
they approved the architecture. No, they approved the architecture.
Mr. Tessie, if I may, one of the members motioned to endorse the HO request and the proposed plans with the understanding applicant return to the HDC with renderings and the easement and preservation plan language for review. And it was unanimous.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Doesn't sound like they approve it, but that's not where I want to go, Mr. Tessie. Where I really want to go is we do have to resolve the traffic, parking, and that the architecture everyone is saying, and we'll go back to that. But I want to go in a different direction, which is you got to give me a second to get into this. You're proposing a 4-bedroom unit, right? For 12 units, 4 bedrooms each. Is that correct?
Yes.
We don't have anything like that in town. Do we have other examples of that?
No.
I think that if you're asking me, this was a decision that was obviously not made by me. Mr. Molnar worked with Mr. Ferrari. So we have to call them 4-bedroom units because of those rooms. I doubt if they're going to have 4 bedrooms. They're going to be office.
That's not really what you're being asked. I think
Well,
Mr.
I'm pointing out,
Yeski.
so it's a 4-bedroom unit. These are going to be very high-end units.
Try to give you a compliment. I'm going to try to give you a big compliment.
Oh, thank you. Take it back.
If you read the POCD,
yes,
and I'll quote it, the number 2 priority after being residential is to develop housing opportunities in the future. And if you read it, it says we want to provide opportunities for everyone in town. Everyone. We haven't built much at all for residents of the town, and where we built have tended to be small rental units. What you're proposing, I find it very attractive. I said a similar comment across the street on an 830G that we approved because they had 2 and 3 bedrooms on the affordable, which is something we don't have either. This is a product that the town doesn't have. And if you read into number 2, it talks a lot about aging in place, maintaining our residents. And we all know that in the last decade, a lot of people who might have preferred to stay in town have left. And here's a unit that comes along. The last one I know of is the Modern, which I think you also represented, as I remember. And I think those are only like 2 small bedrooms. So I think what you're proposing is very attractive from a POCD perspective because you're providing the town with a product that it doesn't have to a group of people in town, a very large group, by the way, that would maybe like to stay in town. I assume you converted from rental to sale because you think it's saleable. That's unique in itself. We haven't had many saleable units. We had, I think, the Armory recently. The 830G across the street is rental. Costco is rental. So what you're providing is a product that the town just doesn't have a lot of, nor have they built it in the last couple of decades. So I find that very attractive from an overall planning perspective, and I commend you for that. I still think we need to work on the architecture and certainly go back to the traffic, although I think we kind of know where that's going to go. But for what it's worth, maybe that's a different direction. I just know a lot of people in this town that would love to stay here, but one bedroom rentals are not what they want. And they want something more, and you're providing that product. So I'll end with that. I think the HDC, I don't think they've approved your architecture. So I think there's a lot of open doors there that we could,
Well, what they did is again, Kevin could speak to that. Quote approved? No, I'd call it conceptually approved, maybe a good phrase.
Yeah.
As far as the complimenting on the 4-bedroom units, so I'll just say that was Mr. Ferreri's kind of similar take on it. And it helped be
the take of the fact that you're providing maybe 4-bedroom units for 12.
To do that, because at the end of the day, he's a developer. It's got to make economic sense.
Right.
Yeah.
And it had to, and we had to blend his thinking with the HDC, with yours, to table what you said in the past, and also with our neighbors who were obviously overlooking the building. And I said this kind of my opening lines here, that it took everybody working together here to make this hopefully a viable project, and one that will at the end of the day everybody will feel really good about.
Let me add some more that I think probably do me in terms of some other commissioners, but I find it very interesting that people are moving to sale. We haven't had sale in a very long time. And the price points out at this point in time. A project that I don't even know that it's done yet is being advertised for a lot of money for 2-bedroom units. Some of the others for sales are coming in at much higher. So again, my pitch would be that we have a lot of diverse people in this town who would like to stay here, age in place, and we really haven't provided at certain segments of the market a lot of product at this point. And you're suggesting one, which I find attractive from a overall planning standpoint. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mary, you're next.
Yeah, I just want to go back for a minute. I mean, we haven't put up the renderings. I think maybe Mr. McRae had asked to have them on the screen, but one of the things that I think struck me was how similar the new construction is to the existing apartment building on the corner. So it's strange in a way, because it almost makes it look like it's more related to the West Elm apartment building than it is to the bank building on the front of the property.
Right. I agree with you, Mary, and I'm going to sound like Nick. Nick, I'm going to get this sort of messed up, but I see, Mr. Molnar, the reference in the shaping of the windows. I see the reference to the new office building that's between the apartment building and the bank. I see that reference. But then when you go to the brick, I feel like it links into, what's that building called? Soundview or something like that?
Harbor View.
Harbor View. So it feels like you're now tying into Harbor View. And we normally don't delve into this, but because HDC, their passion about this application is to finally get some protection on an important contributing structure. And we totally agree with that. The fact that you're offering an HO is fantastic conceptually for us, because even though there's some statutory protection for buildings in a National Register Historic District, this is fantastic to get an HO for this bank building. That said, so I know that's where HDC's passion is for this, on why they felt positive about this. But as I looked at it, I see that you've got sort of the similar type of windows as Nick's word, fenestration, as the office building towards the east. But then you can see a corner of Harbor View, and Harbor View is brick. I mean, we all know it's brick. So I would like this building to tie in more to the front, to the rest of the property that it sits on.
Can I speak or?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Mr. Molnar. Sorry.
When we went through the HDC process, the HDC visited the site. After the first meeting, they wanted to visit the site so they could really understand what we were talking about. And while there, they recognized that we are in a brick architecture neighborhood. The existing 240 Greenwich Avenue turn of the century building is a main pink granite building, which had a subsequent addition put onto it in the early 70s of precast concrete. They felt that the brick would be more appropriate for the character of the immediate neighborhood that this building is surrounded by. So, I mean, that's.
I hear you, and you probably feel like a ping pong ball, but
Absolutely.
I hear you. Yeah, I know, and that's what I mean. It's a frustrating thing, and you're a professional, and you know what you're doing. And I'm looking at this angle street view, and I know what it looks like to the right, and this building is connecting a lot to the right, but it's all
right across the street, and
yeah, I know that, but
all up West Elm.
I get it. I got to chew on it. I get those points. I knew it as soon as I saw it, that's what somebody must have said. And then all the way down on the east there, I see the beautiful bank building, and I'm like, couldn't we tie into that? So I have to chew on this. Let me just jump in to say, Mr. Tessie,
Yes.
I think even though you've tried to explain the parking, a table, I always say this to you, a table that lays it out, because we're nerds and we like tables. Give us a table that lays it out clearly enough so that everybody can look at how you're conceiving the parking. That would be very helpful.
Not a problem.
I'm also going to tell you now that I have a zoning interpretation issue as regards your proposal that I really need to work out with staff, and that I need to do some research. I've already talked to Patrick that I want to do some research on how we've looked at some other projects in the past, because I'm struggling on part of your proposing from how I interpret the zoning regulations. But I don't want to waste the commission's time until I have more thought on that.
What I heard yesterday was.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know you heard it. Yes.
What having to do with floor area ratio?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. You are correct.
That's why we're here, the public hearing.
No,
Yeah.
I have a specific line that I want to pursue in exploring past decisions of the commission that will get me comfortable. That's what I'm looking for. I want to look at transcripts, at how we've discussed the front and rear building lines. I want to see them myself.
Okay. May I just interject one point?
Yeah, of course.
You
can take the building down, Mr. Molnar, or whoever has it up. We know what it looks like.
Very simple. And this may help you. There, on Greenwich Avenue, are I don't even know 100. How many buildings? 100 buildings, whatever they are. Okay. Every one of them, virtually every one of them, has is between the front and rear building line.
And you're telling me something that I haven't learned in 20 years?
And every one of them has a floor area ratio that is 2 or 3. Not 1.3, 2 or 3.
Okay. I know what look, Mr. Tessie, whatever
I'm not going to say anything
I get
more.
it. Okay, that's great.
Singling this property out and suggesting that it has to have a
No,
0.9
Mr. Tessie, do not go there with me.
Okay.
I am not singling out this. You get so, you're singling out my property. It's tiresome when you do this. It really gets tiresome. We are not singling out your property. What I said to you is that I want to look at past decisions, how past commissions have interpreted and what we've done. And I also said to you that I didn't need to be explained anything on this topic until I had done the research. Then you said we were singling you out. Mr. Tessie, that gets you nowhere when you take that attitude. Mr. Yeski, do you have another question?
I did. I didn't finish earlier. As I understand, the HDC is all about, is this historic or not? Does it qualify? HO, great. But they're not architects, right? I mean, not what?
They have architects on their
They have
board.
architects.
Yeah, but that we're not asking them to be architects.
Again, Mr. Tessie, I don't think he was asking you.
Oh, I didn't know.
We're asking the HDC to be as much architects as we ask the ARC. So I was going to get to the ARC.
Does not go to the ARC. We made this decision as a practice 25 years ago that when ARC and HDC both see an application, the applicant really does feel like a ping pong ball. And there was huge frustration by applicants. And Diane Fox made a proposal to the commission back then that if it is in the historic district, if it's on the avenue, it only goes to the HDC.
Well, thought I could help. If that's not a help, great.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't want to reverse that because they're never going to see it the same way. It's bad enough for the applicant when HDC or ARC see something a certain way and we don't agree with them. Then you insert a third party. So I do agree with what Diane did. And I know, but
is part of your research also going to be the difference in HOs between residential and commercial?
No, there's a very specific thing I want to look at. I emailed Patrick. I've already written Patrick about it. He knows what. I just want to make sure that I have a grip on how how development has been viewed. And there's some very specific examples of important decisions. Mr. Yeski, did you want anything else?
No, I was, no, that's it.
All right. Mr. Leroux?
Well, I at the risk of not being so cryptic, I think the point that we talked about yesterday was the double asterisks in the regulations and the language of that. So that what I believe I heard from the commission is you want to see the consistent practice with new buildings under where they have front and rear building lines and the floor area that may or may not have been applied to it. So we will pull those decisions that we think are germane or at least give light to what the thought process was of prior commissions.
I just want to be consistent in how prior commissions work to preserve the character of the avenue. And I know the applications going down the avenue. This is what happens when you've been around for a while and you do know about front and rear building lines. Hard to miss that one. I just want to make sure that we're being consistent in our interpretation. That's my question. Anything else, Patrick?
Yeah, it sounded like the commission was winding down. So I did have one question. If I
not totally winding down because I don't know when we want to do traffic, but go ahead.
Okay, good. I didn't want to.
Go ahead, get your question in.
Street trees is the question I had for West Elm, and I'm not seeing new trees proposed, but I'm also not seeing trees getting removed. So is there a street tree planting plan, or is there any impact to trees going on along West Elm?
Pat, I know we have our landscape architect here who could speak more about that. We have submitted a robust landscaping plan, as well as a commitment on maintaining the perimeter trees.
I'm sorry, Kevin, not to cut you off. I'm just talking about in the right of way. That's what my question is right now.
If you could promote Eric Rains.
Sure. I saw Eric here.
Mr. Rains, would you raise your hand, please?
I don't think he's here now.
Okay, well,
Oh,
we're gonna.
I'm
There
sorry.
he is.
Just plain Eric. Sorry.
Okay, so when he comes in, we'll just have to have him.
Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Rains, when you unmute, also if you would just spell your last name out for the court reporter.
Good evening. Is that working?
Yes, so if you would just spell your name out, your last name out for the court
Last name
reporter.
Rains.
All right.
So
Eric, go ahead. Sorry, I don't know if you heard my question. So the question was about street trees and any removals or proposals to add any along West Elm.
there are street trees that would be used as street trees, but they're planted on the property inside the property line edge of the site. And the reason for that is there's more room for them there, but their purpose is to function as street trees. On the drive turning in and out of the property, there's the same canopy tree. These are all elm trees that I'm talking about. The island down the middle has one of the first trees there is an elm tree as well. So the goal for that is for it to develop to the scale that and function the way street trees function.
And I'm apologizing if I'm not following the drawings completely to the design, but it looks like you're losing a significant number of curb cuts on the western side of the lot, and so it looks to me that you're doing a grass strip, 3 foot or at least, and then the sidewalk. So is there not an opportunity there for street trees to be planted from the western property line in towards the first, the corner of the facade, or is there other things that are in the way there that I'm not aware of?
The primary reason, there would still be room for only 2. And so we figured if we got it away from, salt spray during plowing and that sort of thing, if we got the trees away from that and take advantage of the first, sort of layer within the property, just inside the property line, the trees would have a better environment to thrive. So that we want them to function as street trees, and as their canopies develop, they will do that. But we felt that it would be better if we have such a better environment just across the sidewalk. We thought it'd be better to take advantage of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So our next area is traffic. Do you guys want to do that now? Mary Jenkins asked a question about the traffic reducing instead of increasing when you were adding density. Hello, Mr. Chipola.
Yes, good evening. For the record, Steve Cipolla, Senior Traffic Engineer with Hardesty in Hanover. In our traffic study, we used the industry standard Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual for multifamily housing, and that calculated for the 12 units that are proposed, a total of 5 vehicles during the morning and afternoon peak hours. In addition, there was a previous approval on the site for land use change, which resulted in a reduction in traffic.
Wait, stop a second.
Yes.
Right now, you're just, you lost me.
Yep.
You're comparing what the proposal is to a previous approval that was not built?
No.
Okay.
No,
I didn't think so. Okay.
What I'm saying is we calculated the 12 units is going to generate 5 vehicles during the morning and afternoon peak hours.
Okay.
That alone, we anticipate would not have any significant impacts to the surrounding roadways, as that would be equivalent to maybe 1 vehicle every 12 minutes, just to put it in like a time frame. The 5 vehicles is over a 1-hour period. What was alluded to about a reduction in traffic is the previous approval on the site for land use change resulted in, due to the change in land use, a reduction in traffic for the 240, the existing building. So that's where we're getting a reduction in traffic, was from a previous approval, which for change of land use, which resulted in a reduction in traffic. But for the proposed residential, for the 12 units, we're looking at 5 vehicles, both morning and afternoon peak hours for just the residential specifically.
Can you, I'm sorry, may I ask a direct question? Can you?
Yes, please do.
That's five trips. After applying appropriate credits, can you tell me what those are?
Yes, Connecticut DOT allows for a 10% reduction for residential developments that are
TOD.
that are near the train station, and we fall within the distance from the
But the
from the traffic.
distance,
And that
what
was
distance did you get, Mr. Chipola? Sorry.
they go up to a half a mile.
And you got half a mile? Because we just.
It's exactly a half a mile, so we're just within the distance. Yes, we checked that, which only resulted in a reduction of one vehicle during the afternoon peak hour. So if we don't want to take any credits, we would have 5 vehicles in the morning and 6 in the afternoon, without any transit reduction credits.
I'm always kind of surprised because, I mean, we're talking about 12 units, but we're talking about 48 bedrooms.
Yes.
And there's, I mean, part of the issue I also have with parking is there's very little street parking. There'll probably be less with this development, and there's parking across the street, and it's a very heavily two-way street. So I'm struggling with this because I know that West Elm is very heavily traveled now, and to have 48 bedrooms right on that, just pretty much on that corner, I'm just really struggling with them.
Just going back to the traffic before I hit the parking. The traffic is for a 1 hour period, and typically, someone who who multiple people who live in a unit, one could leave at 6 o'clock, one could leave at 7, one could leave at 8. So we're only looking at a 1 hour period. So one unit might not have one person leave during that peak hour, whereas another unit has a person leave. So we're looking just at a 1 hour period. So over a 3 hour, over a 3 hour period, obviously, we would probably get traffic leaving from pretty much all the units if you look at a 3 hour period. But from a traffic study point of view, we only look at a 1 hour, a peak hour condition. So that's why it may be a little bit less than what you were anticipating.
Okay, refresh my recollection what that hour is.
Typically, it would be the commuter peak. It would be like typically falls between the hours of 7 and 8 and 4 to 6. So it might be 7:30 to 8:30. It could be 4:30 to 5:30. The trip rates are based on the commuter peak hour, which falls, like I said, between 7 to 9, 4 to 6. So it could be any 1 hour period that falls within that period.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then getting to the parking, I think as Attorney Tessie said, we're providing enough parking for 2 spaces per unit, which is well more than sufficient for the proposed units, based on what we found from the ITE, the Institute of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Manual, which is based on studies of similar developments.
Yeah, we understand what the ITE is. But we think a more generous parking allowance makes sense because we know that there is no that there's a very tight parking situation on the avenue. And if there is one complaint, Patrick can echo this, Tracy can echo it, we hear it constantly. There is not enough parking on the avenue. To add, as Ms. Jenkins is pointing out, the units without adding a generous amount of parking could damage the surrounding commerce. Mr. Wells?
Yeah, just a quick question on the parking. Now, I thought the new building would have 22 inside parking spaces. You're saying, 2 per unit, so are 2 spaces outside?
I'll leave that up to or John. I'm not sure where those additional.
Why don't you just show us the parking layout? Patrick, could somebody just share one of the levels of the parking with us? So people can look at what Mr. Wells is asking.
Kevin,
Pat was bringing up the set of plans historically.
Yeah, I mean, you could talk to Pat's doing that because it's a really, there's almost 200 pages. So it'll take him a bit. Oh, it's Tracy. Thanks, Tracy. Okay.
here,
So if you could count Tony has the spaces numbered there, but unfortunately my eyeglasses can't see that.
We could zoom. There you go.
yeah,
Okay, so you got 21 and 22.
right, the number of parking, just try to clear some confusion. The number of parking spaces increase, as I indicated on site, from 55 to 77. But the parking garage has more than the 22 because we took away existing parking when we put the building there. So the garage has well more. So it can contain the 24 units, plus there are additional space in there, as I said earlier. I think Mr. Macri asked the question. That parking garage would be shared because it's both for the residential and to make up for the commercial spaces that were taken away when we built the building.
So to answer
Hopefully.
the question, there's 48 parking spaces inside of the structured parking that's part of the residential build.
Okay, thank you.
Arn, do you want to ask about EV? Charge?
Yeah, leading the witness, right?
Yeah.
Do you plan to add any EV chargers to to your parking? Well, I guess there's an issue. We don't feel comfortable with EV chargers within the building, right?
Yeah.
So the question would be, are you ideally adding them outside?
Typically, we do provide EV charging spaces at our buildings. Past decisions, you guys have told us how many you wanted on site.
Okay.
So, we're fine with that.
Okay, I think, well, if you have them in the building, I think the fire department's gonna.
Yeah, the fire marshal isn't too keen on that.
Right.
We have ample room on site to provide EV charging spaces.
Right. Okay, so
yeah.
Speaking, well, you said perfectly. So you've got some outstanding questions from the fire department about the width of the driveway. First, they asked about the access, and then now they're asking you about the width of the driveway. So I guess that can be addressed. You do have the comments from conservation. Question. I don't know what guidance to give on the design of the building. It's not normally what we do, but I feel like this is so important for the look and feel of downtown. I'm sorry, Mr. Molnar, I know you're the professional at this, but does anybody have comments on a direction that they would have the applicant go in, which would still be consistent with what HDC? I get the feeling that HDC would be okay with some changes.
And the nature of how HDC, left off with us is that they want us to come back after we get through the kind of process we're going through, because they're going to want to know, the brick arch that goes around the windows. Does that stick out 1.5 inches or 1 3/4 inches?
Yeah.
They get into that level.
I know they're going to get into, and I'm
review.
more into the look and feel of the avenue, just the look and feel of the neighborhood, and that it kind of keep its sort of historic. And all those apartment buildings, they're old enough now that they feel historic. Madam Jones.
So, in terms of that question, I feel like I understand, and I understood even when I saw it, that there's a lot of reference with the brick to the other buildings that are sort of around there. But I feel, and this is just my thoughts, that it should reference more the property or the site that it is affiliated with. There should be something a little bit stronger there. The other thing feel like that West Elm facade is very, it's very clear how that newer, that, 1970s edition, how that references the original bank building. And I feel like we're doing there's definitely a shift with this building, and I don't know how to do it, but I can feel that sort of shift. That's those are kind of my 2 cents on kind of make it sort of part of one campus or whatever it is there. And I see some other hands raised, so I'll let them talk too.
Madam Jenkins.
Yeah, to echo Ms. Jones, the color I found very kind of dramatically jarring. And if it could be something closer to the lighter color on the original buildings. And also, oddly enough, the side that faces that little park now looks more like the buildings, because all of the windows on that side have the rounded tops. Again, I'm not an architect, but it's kind of like the balconies on the front of the building on West Elm. I'm going, wait a minute, balconies? That threw me a little bit. So I think the color and maybe more of the reflecting the rounded windows and some of the elegant things, even in the intermediate 1970s building, which at least takes a nod to the more classic architectural features.
And the balconies on West Elm are encased in a large arched kind of opening. So those corners are softened again to blend that fabric of the strong arched top openings on the early 1900s, the 1970s, and bring that in, and then blending that matrix together with that brick architecture neighborhood this building is kind of living in.
Yep.
I have to admit I don't have that sensitivity to the point, but thank you for the answer.
Arn?
Just so you have 5 commissioners and you're getting, some consistent views, some not. I satisfy myself by saying I give the much greater preponderance of weight of opinion to either the HDC or the ARC in terms of architectural discussions. So if we want to make points about some of the minor details, but the major things, the colors, the shape, the looks, the mass, all that sort of thing, we've got trained architects on the HTC, and I would feel much more comfortable with their sign off.
But they're not all architects. And
no, they aren't. They aren't. But there's some. We've got one architect on our commission, and maybe they're practicing architects on their commission. But I feel we're on thin ice if we're giving a lot of architectural advice, and that's it. Thank you.
Except that we're the ones who ultimately grant the HO.
Sure, but we rely on the experts. We rely on engineering. We rely on the sewer. We rely on experts. We take their view. We can overrule it if there's something that is absolutely egregious. But to me, I don't see an egregiousness here. And also, we need to take into account the
so there is our point of difference that's really important. I never comment on architecture. Nick will swear to that, right, Nick? I never comment on architecture. I am today, and I can't remember the last time I commented on it. I think it's been decades. Literally, I never say anything because I feel the way you do, that we aren't the experts. But I look at that and I'm not sold, Mr. Molnar. It isn't grabbing me. I get that I'm an amateur, and that's why I stick to my zoning, which Mr. Tessie doesn't think I know much about either, but okay.
Say that.
I'm just making sure that you don't go with the I'm struggling.
So
I feel like I'm out of place. I agree with Arn. I never comment on architecture. I don't think it's our job, but the HO is our job. And highlighting the beauty of that bank building is our job with the HO. So I'm stuck. So what do you think, Mr. Molnar?
So the last building I had before you all also felt very strongly on architecture.
Oh, we
Um,
did. I'm sorry. So maybe do we
581.
not like you? Is that a problem?
No, no, I think we've got a great relationship over the past 2 decades. 581 West Putnam Avenue. When we went through our half decade of discussions on that one.
No, 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 no. Don't forget. I always remind Mr. Tessie, the reason it took half a decade is because you all went away, not because we did it with it for
No, no,
5
no.
years. Okay.
But we
Just
spent a lot of
telling you.
time on that, just like we have here on this one.
Yep.
And when we
I
got
kind of
to the
hated that one.
point
You're right.
where we were kind of
Yeah.
not getting clear direction, you asked Mr. McRae to give us the commission's comments on the architecture for us to respond to. And Mr. McRae put together a bullet point list of
Not a bad idea.
the kind of kit of parts that he thought would work. As we were integrating 581 into Greenwich Office Park.
Okay.
And he gave us
So-
that kit of parts and we took that.
Okay.
We didn't follow it, to the
Okay.
T, but we had a discussion and that's how we
So-
got there. It was clear direction.
Okay. So Nick,
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for more limestone.
Mm-hmm.
Mary's not crazy about the design of the balconies.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking for more limestone and a softer look that picks up, because that office building is harsh and I want to go softer to the front. Do you think you could do the same thing again? I think Mr. Molnar's made a great suggestion. Could you toy with it? I don't
Right
know.
now, right now, or
No, not right now. And then you could discuss it with all of us the next time we talk about this. They are missing a bunch of staff. Not all of the departments have weighed in.
Mhm.
And we're missing, they need to get back to the fire, but we're missing,
We don't have
we're missing-
engineering.
we don't, no, I know, we don't
Mm.
have engineering, we don't have sewer, we don't have DPW traffic, we don't have beta. So we've got stuff that's outstanding.
Yeah.
So when we come back, Patrick, Tracy, is there any kind of way to make it kosher that we could have a discussion item? Or just have the architectural discussion on an agenda before they get all these other answers and everything? Is there a way we could just talk about it so we could give them guidance? Because we can't talk to Nick unless it's in a public meeting.
Can't talk along it. Go ahead.
Well, John, you might be saying the same thing I'm going to say. What?
But
the,
his name isn't Patrick. I keep telling him
I
that.
understand. I'm failing to understand the distinction of why we would have a meeting about architecture and not just come back with a second conversation to talk about everything.
Because we would want to hear, maybe we'll disagree with Nick.
Oh, you want to see what Nick's list is and understand. I understand. Okay.
So maybe what we could do is Nick sends you the list, you circulate it to us and we'll comment on it.
Well, not to put Mr. Macker on the spot, but if he was willing to do that in the next 2 weeks, we could have that discussion in 2 weeks and then have
Perfect.
the
Let's do
the
that. Nick,
deeper
are you okay
discussion
with
at
that?
I'm already on the spot.
Yeah,
But
we already
I would
put you
think
on that.
actually,
But you got to blame Molnar, not us. It was Molnar who did that.
Mr. Molnar,
vol-
I have a request. Any three-dimensional view of the building that you have whatsoever, if you could forward that to staff, it would be
Great.
beneficial to look at, discuss, sketch to, for the commission. The street view of West Elm would be beneficial as well, so we can get a sense of height building to building.
Yes.
And then the materials are on the drawings. I've seen that on the elevations. I don't know if you presented a samples board to anybody.
We presented a sample board of what we thought it would be to HDC, but that was in 6 months, 8 months, when we get back to you.
Mhm.
Likely that brick is no longer in production, so we didn't spend a ton of time on that.
Okay.
We knew it was going
Okay.
to change. Just to refresh your memory, when we were doing 581, what you had done was taken pictures of different pieces of the office park, the railings, the
Oh, I did that? Okay.
little details. And you gave us, kind of like,
Okay.
it was loose. It wasn't like you have to do this. It was,
Right.
this is kind
Suggestions.
of suggestion of maybe how you want to think about this. And
Okay.
it was 5 or 6 photos. It was nothing overly crazy.
Okay. I think actually if you, just, whatever 3-dimensional, even if it's a massing model, that kind of thing. So the commission can kind of get a sense of the building itself, that street view would be great.
Yeah.
Those kind of things. Cause then actually putting together some notes, maybe a quick sketch on top of something would be beneficial for them to see. As I see it, I'm seeing a few things, suggestions that I already have that might be beneficial. But they kind of going in that direction. And then if you can get that to staff, they'll get it to me, and then we'll put something together and send that back to staff.
So, but the guiding principle that we can give you, with the exception of Arn, who kind of disagrees, and Yeski, who hasn't said anything, but what the other 3 of us are saying is we want more tie-in to the front, to the bank building, some kind of architectural reference to the bank building, some additional softening to make it fit in better with the bank and not as linked into the more rectangular structure, the more rectangular look, and the darker colors of the brick, not as much. I mean, maybe you do a melange. And Nick, I know there's one that you fixed where we added limestone into the building. I say that, and then the other building we totally changed was 100 East Putt in Coscob. So I was lying when I said that, we don't hate buildings.
I think the word for that building was Coscavi. Yes.
Yeah, that one, it didn't have enough reference to the village. It was too much standalone.
Okay. Just one final question. While this is design work, who do I send my invoice to?
Yeah,
Margarita Alvin. I'll send her address to you.
Yeah, we'll give you a
Because she's
raise.
the one. I just had one question, one point to make to Mr. Macri on that point. Are you really willing to take on the role of limestone cowboy?
Limestone, not so much. Cowboy, I think I'm okay with.
Oh, really? That was for you. You're supposed to laugh.
Yeah, I know. Okay, Mr. Yeski, I took your name in vain and you raised your hand. Go ahead.
You did take my name. I said up front, and I think Arn supported me, that the HDC is not done yet. They didn't approve it. They were looking for it. I thought that's what you lectured me on, was Diane Fox's ruling. Let them deal with this first.
No. Diane's ruling was just not both ARC and HDC.
But it also implied that
let them do it.
Job.
So option 2 that they didn't talk about is we could send them back to HDC. We could write HDC.
Do both. You can do both.
So here's the thing. So what HDC was looking for was that the new building be more like the annex building that exists now, that it tie into the annex building. And my thinking was, if it's an HO, that there should be some sort of reference back to the front building, not just a continuation of the annex building architecturally.
So send HDC that comment.
So we could do that, Nick, and we could let you off the hook. We'll just send back a note to HDC and say, some commissioners, Mr. Wells, some commissioners would like to see more tie-in to the front building and a softening of the lines and a change of the balcony design. And could you guys work on that? Now, HDC doesn't meet as much as we do. I don't know when you're on their agenda again.
We're not scheduled to be on their agenda until after. Originally, they wanted us to come back to them to button things up with you, but obviously it's a work in progress situation. So, Kevin, you're the one who suggested, that Nick should have second job. But
No, I just, in the past, when we were getting unclear direction as to what a group of people wanted, they provided that direction, not at the meeting because the heads weren't there to do it. They provided, 5 or 6 kind of bullet points of
Okay.
go here. And if they want to do that to the HDC and I go back to the HDC, I mean, it's time, but
Yeah, I know. So it's more efficient probably if we just talk to the HDC, tell them where we came out and
yeah,
and then Nick kind of puts together our ideas and we give them to you. If you want to move forward.
no, that's fine. We
Yeah.
do need, not to interrupt you, but Kevin, as you know, we need to move this forward under our arrangements with our neighbors. I know Bruce is here. I don't know if you want to
I
hear
got
from-
it. I got it. Okay, so I want to go to public comment as well. Arn, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to say, great idea on Dennis' part, and this is consistent with what we do with ARC. Generally, we have issues.
Yeah.
We put them together, we send it to ARC instead of this
Okay.
poor applicant being stuck between us
Okay.
and
right.
HTC. So
Okay.
thank you, Dennis.
Yeah,
Okay, so, all right, so I think it just switched back over to, Mr. Cohen has his hand up. Okay. So I think we just switched back to, we're going to tell HDC what we've got issues with. And see what they say
and is that something we would resolve
with
later on when we
HDC.
go back in with our 50% CDs and we continue with the
No.
planning component?
I think we're struggling too much. 3 of us are really struggling, I think. Patrick, when you come back, I want to ask you the most efficient way to do this. Mr. Cohen, are you going to help us out of
Talking
our
about
binds?
this, we're not changing footprint of the building, and we're talking about the aesthetic wrapper.
Correct, that is true. Good point. Mr. Cohen?
Are you open to public comment?
Well, we were about to, so we're going to give you some big old discretion.
Well, consider this public comment. I represent the Harbor View Condominium Association, which is the condominium association for the building at 40 West Elm Street, the property adjacent to the parcel that is being proposed to be developed in this application. And there are 72 condominium units at Harbor Point. And as you will remember, in the past, my client has opposed the several applications made by Mr. Bessie on behalf of the developer for buildings that we felt were not appropriate and actually had a negative impact on the residents at Harbor View. We believe at this time that we're prepared to support the application because of the significant changes that have been made. This has gone on for an awful long time in terms of a multiplicity of applications. There has been litigation that's developed between the developer and the condominium association. Litigation not based upon land use issues or anything to do with this commission, but really title issues as to whether or not a restriction applied to this property at all. And that litigation has been going on for years, and it's just about to reach trial. We've advised the court in that matter that based upon the current design that you've seen tonight of the new residential building, that the parties have settled the litigation subject to approval of those plans by this commission. We believe that the building that is being proposed is appropriate for this area. We feel, I think, like Mr. Yeski, that there is a real market for this kind of housing development, even though it may not be considered far from affordable. We believe that the town will achieve several benefits by its development. First of all, of course, the historic overlay, which we believe is important, and also to bring a piece to the neighborhood in the sense that my clients have been observing what's been going on for a long time. Before reaching trial of the pending litigation, both my clients and Mr. Tessie's clients, being smart people, have reached out in an effort to settle it. And the plan that you've seen before you is that effort. So we support it, and we hope as the matter moves along that something along the lines that's been shown to you tonight gets approved.
Right. Okay. So my comment on that would be, Mr. Cohen, I am personally really glad that the matter is reaching resolution. But and I'm incredibly grateful that the applicant is offering an HO. But I am not appreciative that we are being rushed at all because of a matter that was not before us. So we have to do our process. And I struggle that when 3 of 5 seated commissioners are having an issue with something, that the answer is, well, you got to hurry up and move along because this has been in litigation for a long time. We can't consider that. We have to consider what our responsibility to the town is and what our zoning job is. And so I struggle with that. And, I don't want to be pushed. I want to do what's right and stay focused on that. But I thank you.
You did not hear "hurry up" from my lips.
Okay.
Nor from my lips. We all
I
want to get
understand
right
that
for
the
everybody.
commission has a very important process to pursue.
Okay, good. I'm glad
and
everybody's
I'm sure
clear.
it will do so in due course.
Okay, I'm glad everybody feels that way. That's great. Well, thank you for the public comment, sir. Does anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application, 240 Greenwich Avenue? And it's what's your West Elm address?
30.
30 West Elm. Please raise your virtual hand. Anybody else wish to speak on 240 Greenwich Avenue? Wow, we put people to sleep. Patrick, you're in the meeting twice. One of you is muted.
He had to step away for a second. He is
Both
coming
of him
back.
is muted. If we can, let's resolve this offline. If staff can arrange for HDC to accommodate this soon and hear you soon and integrate our comments and respond to them, that would be great. And in the meantime, Nick could summarize what he's heard us say to help staff reach out to HDC and talk to HDC. And if not, if HDC can't accommodate you, then we'll take it back up and we'll figure it out. And in the meantime, we'll roll along doing, to your point, Mr. Molnar, excellent point. We're not changing your footprint. We're not changing the structure of the building. We're just changing how it's wrapped.
Correct.
And
We
potentially.
should be, Madam Chair, we should be, let me make the point. We
No, but
can
I
get
wasn't
up-
finished talking.
Oh, go ahead.
He's never gonna learn. So the structure of the windows was the last thing I was gonna say. But that's not really a big deal to you. And so we can put something together and we can figure out how to best move it forward. And we'll ask Tracy to contact, since she's here now. Go ahead, Mr. Tessie. What'd you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to, not to rush you. But we could get, under their normal procedures, onto the March meeting of the HDC.
Okay.
It would be helpful to us, whatever message you send to the HDC, we're
Did you
copied
see it?
on, so
Yep.
we can react.
We
That's
got it. Absolutely. Because we're very fuzzy in what we're saying. Nick has got a little bit of deer in the headlights. No, he doesn't.
Never,
No.
Nick. Never,
No,
Nick.
never.
He's
Never
good.
Nick.
Nick's good.
He's good. Nick's good. Okay. So Nick's good. So we'll do that and we'll reach out to HDC. We'll give them our feedback. We'll try. I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to reference the annex and they're trying to tie into Harbor View. And we're just looking for more reference to the front. And to your point, we can move along the rest of the application, so you can just come back to us once we've heard from everybody.
Thank you.
Because you've got to answer the fire and stuff.
Well, fire we can answer, it'd be good if,
Oh, and
after-
yeah,
we
and
still need engineering, which in traffic, so it'd be helpful
Yeah.
if we see those in the not too distant future.
and
Thank you.
a nice table on the parking that explains it.
Table on
And
the parking. And Mr. Bristol's my table guy, so I'll get him on it for you.
okay,
Okay,
yeah, he's your table guy. Okay, so we'll see you when you come back
not
All right.
after your dinner break.
after. Yes, right. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Bye.
Thank you all.
Madam Chair, are we taking a break?
Yes, we are taking a break. It's 7:32. How would you guys feel about 8 o'clock or 5 of 8? Which one?
Fine, that's great. 8 o'clock's good.
8 o'clock's good?
Yeah,
Yep.
8 o'clock. Thanks.
Recording stopped.
Okay, so 38 Field Point.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Cohen should be rejoining us. There you go.
All right, and Mr. Tessie has his hand up too.
I think Mr. Tessie thinks that we're on 280 Otter Rock. So
Okay. Not yet, Mr. Tessie, if that's why you have your hand up, just hold on a sec. And, our next application is number 7, which is 38 Field Point Road LLC for a final site plan and special permit to construct alterations to and add 1,749 square feet to the existing religious building for the Chabad Center for Jewish Life and to install lighting, etc. 38 Field Point Road in the CGB and CGIOZ zones. And with that, Mr. McRae?
Just before we get started, I just want, Ms. Kulikowski, we got something from the fire marshal late,
Yes.
like 3:30.
Yes.
Yes.
We
I
have had-
almost asked if they wanted to postpone because they have to go back to him, and I thought we had a lot of stuff tied down.
But it's also, I mean, the fire department will be doing a formal plan review during the building
Yeah.
permit phase anyway, so it
Yeah,
may-
that's
that can be handled at that stage. He just wants to confirm distances, and the building is actually moving to give him more distances. If that makes sense.
And the other thing is, to what extent would the building become more conforming when they're not really changing to fire? Because there's not that
Well,
much change.
it's not that it
But-
doesn't conform, it's just.
No, you know what, to fire
Yeah.
stuff.
Right, they want to make sure that when they drive, that whip in with the fire trucks, they don't hit the building.
Right, and I'm just saying, but the
And-
building's been there for a long time, so why ask now?
well,
New
because
fire
the
marshal?
roof line is changing. There
yeah,
was some
And the roof line is
structural-
changing, right?
architecture's
And there's the
changing.
canopy, which they're concerned about, but there is no intention for the fire truck to drive under the canopy, so
Okay,
there's plenty of clearance.
okay,
So I think we're gonna be at a
So-
point where the fire marshal is ultimately fine, and he does do his own formal plan review before the
Okay.
building permit is issued anyway.
Right, that's
Okay.
usually code compliance for the interior, life safety issues. This is more of a site plan issue.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay, so
But we
Mr.
can-
Cohen, we've done your work for you. You can go home now.
Okay.
Yeah, Nick says before he starts, and we're like, and then this, and then that, and the fire truck. You didn't even have to talk. Okay,
I think basically between Nick and Tracy, we could do the whole thing.
yeah, but we could just let him go.
Yeah.
Okay,
Anyway, I'm Bruce Cohen. This is a continuation of a hearing that was opened on January 22nd, at which time I reviewed in some detail the plans that we're proposing for Chabad. at 38 Field Point Road. There were a few things that were left open, which we think we've attended to since then. Specifically, we've appeared before ARC. We've had some comments which we've adopted in the plans before you and which have now been approved for your action by ARC. We've also submitted a drainage report to the DPW, who's reviewed it and approved it subject to their normal comments. We've gotten a email which we've filed from the health department regarding the proposed kitchen facility, which he noted did not have to be licensed because it was not deemed to be a public facility. If you would like, I would be glad to review the images that we've sent over to Pat so that you know what we're doing. Is that something you'd like us to do? Oh, man, Mary.
Margarita, you're muted.
You could tell my lips were moving though. See, we did look at the images last time. Have you changed them since last time?
We've changed some of the exteriors in ways that you probably wouldn't notice, and we've changed the floor plan slightly to move it back and give the fire department a little more room to get through. But incidentally, we have confirmed that all of the distances will be satisfactory for all fire equipment. And hopefully that will be confirmed on the marshal's final review. But essentially, you've seen the substance of what we're proposing to do at Chabad. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Does anybody want to see the images? I didn't want to cut anybody off.
Nope, I'm good.
Oh, okay. All right. So, except for this issue that came up from fire, which can be addressed, is going to be addressed regardless. And some question around the trees and the removal of the trees, and I think that was addressed.
It was, yes.
I don't see any outstanding items on this. Does anybody have outstanding questions? Wow. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Wait, no, wait, we have to get public comment.
Sorry.
Hold on a second. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 38 Field Point Road? This is the work that Chabad is doing at the church on the corner of Field Point Road there, an Elm. Anybody from the public? Okay, seeing no public comment and seeing no questions from the commission, I think you would address the outstanding were you listening to the briefing yesterday?
Yes.
So, our take is anything you can do to keep people safe. We recognize it's been operating for 2 years, but still concerned about the pedestrian. We'd still like you to pursue formalizing parking. I think if Chabad is super successful, they're going to have an issue, but we do recognize that the numbers that were cited to us before, that 30 to 40% of the congregants walk on
Recording in
Shabbat.
progress.
And those were really it was overall, we were the most concerned about safety. And so with that, does anybody object to us closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Now you can say goodbye, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you very much.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, Mr. Tessie is in. All right, our next application is 280 ORD LLC for a final coastal site plan and special permit to construct a new single-family dwelling with its amenities at 280 Otter Rock Drive. This is before us because it's a structure in excess of 150,000 cubic feet and therefore requires a special permit on a 2.34 acre parcel at 280 Otter Rock Drive. And with that, Mr. Tessie, we could probably preempt you in part, but go ahead.
I'm happy to try to be shorter than Bruce just was.
Okay. We'd like that too.
I listened to the staff briefing. Thought Bianca hit all the points correctly. It sounded like the commission was generally understanding. So with that, as you can see, we worked with the Bellhaven Land Company. We worked with our neighbor. And we worked with Mr. Sean Galloway of the Northeast Regional Legal Coordinator, who was very helpful and also complimentary at the end of the day of the efforts our client is willing to make. So the outstanding issue was addressed that point regarding the Eagle's Nest. And number one. Number two was to have a coordination update and somewhat of correction on our landscape plan and the site development plan. Robin Kramer, the our landscape architect, is here if you have any questions of her. But again, I thought that Bianca kind of nailed it in terms of confirming that we've brought that plan up to fair and that there have been additional trees added and protections built in that made the Bellhaven Land Company and the neighbor, the Carrolls to the north, feel comfortable. And part of that plan that ultimately was approved was to reduce the footprint of the building to allow for the corridor and allow for the additional trees to be saved. With that, if there are any questions of me, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions from the commission? Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? This is at 280 Otter Rock Road. 280 Otter Rock. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? There is no public comment. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed and we move on.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, Mr. Tessie.
Goodbye.
Wait, what happened? Oh, okay. Our next application is number 11, Stephen C. Friedheim for a final coastal site plan and special permit to modify a previously approved final coastal site plan and special permit at 1 Smith Road in the RA1 and coastal overlay zones. This is a 2.85 acre property. And it's Mr. Smith. And Ryan Sabatore. Hello, Mr. Smith.
Good evening. How are you?
We're good. Thank you. Everybody good?
All right. Thank you very much. As you know, we are representing Stephen Friedheim at 1 Smith Road, and we did attend the session yesterday. We understand that the staff has reviewed in detail the submissions we made at your request with respect to collaboration with the plans, making sure that you could make sense of the ADU and enhancing the landscaping as appropriate. I have Ryan Salvatore with me if there are any questions about FAR, which I think had come up yesterday. But other than that, I'm here to answer questions rather than make another presentation, because I think we've all looked at it very thoroughly and appreciate the commission's thoughtfulness in handling this application.
I think the only thing we wanted to talk about again is that is the phasing plan. Did you guys submit that? Because I don't recall having seen it.
I'll have to ask Ryan to weigh in on that. I think that we did have a phasing plan from our engineers.
Well,
that
we
we
can
had developed.
condition that, that you have the phasing plan.
Yes,
Yeah,
it was
okay.
developed by our engineering staff. I mean, our engineering consultant.
Nick, and then Tracy.
Mr. Smith, I just want to make sure I've got this straight. You received a variance of the FAR from the ZBA allowing a 0.157 for the property, but now it's being reduced to 0.147? Do I have
think
those numbers
that's
right?
it's approximately that. I would rely on Mr. Salvatore for
Okay.
the correct answer on that. But yes,
And the
it's been
0.13 is
reduced.
actually, and 0.13 is the allowable, so we're still a little bit over, but not as much as what the ZBA said. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Tracy, you have your hand up?
Yes, Madam Chair, the comment yesterday from staff on the phasing plan was that it was generic and that conservation wants to make sure there's tree protection.
Yep. Okay. So we need to condition that and with detail. Do you remember, because I'm blanking now, I remember that part and I have a note that says phasing plan.
Is generic is what I have in my notes from yesterday.
Okay, yeah, that's all I have. Okay.
That's all I have too.
Well, I had
And
Jen
conservation
phasing plan
wants tree protection.
and the tree protection. Okay, so we will ask for a specific phasing plan that that is accepted. And the only other comment is that the phasing plan not stay out of that, all work stay and parking stay out of existing trees and far from the wetland area, from the wetland review area. So we would just condition that. Okay. Anything else from the commission? All right. Any public comment on 1 Smith Road? This is Stephen C. Friedheim at 1 Smith Road. Any public comment on this application? No. Okay. Does anybody object to this application being closed at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
All right, our next application is number 12. And it's Catherine and Blake Holden for a final site plan and special permit to convert the existing 2-family dwelling to a single family with a proposed addition and to demolish an existing single-family dwelling and pump house, reducing the total number of units on the property from 4 to 2 and further exceeding 150,000 cubic feet in building, which is a little bit confusing when you're taking out dwelling units, but you're getting a bigger building. But there you go. Okay. Hello, Mr. Brower. Long time no see.
Good evening. Nice to see you all. So, yes, so for the record, Eric Brower on behalf of Catherine Holden, applicant and owner. And I did attend the briefing session yesterday. And then we were updated, I guess, today by the sign-offs from the health department on the septic systems. So as you noted, the project is being reduced in floor area and number of dwelling units. We're removing one of the non-conforming dwellings has a existing non-conforming setback on North Street. And with our new construction, we actually will meet all the setbacks because this property is a corner lot and the setback off of North Street, street side yard, will exceed the 62.5-foot requirement. So we'll be at 63. So all of the new construction complies with the zoning regulations. And we have been through health department, wetlands agencies issued a permit for the project, including the detailed review of the drainage. DPW has signed off, and conservation reviewed a revised plan that our landscape architect prepared and is satisfied with the revision in the number and type of species. So I think we're in good order.
Any questions from the commission on this?
Mr. Brower, I want to make sure I'm clear on this, because it's kind of driving me a little nuts. We have 4 family lots, four residences on this lot.
Right.
Two, one's a duplex, and then
In
there are
the
2
existing-
single fam. Right.
Yeah, in this, there's 2 in the duplex or 3 in the existing main building.
Well, it's the tax cards consider the main structure as actually 2 separate buildings, even though they are connected. So in the front portion or east portion, there's 2 dwelling units. Going through the little connector wing to the back where the studio is, or gallery, there is another dwelling unit, and there's a detached single-family dwelling with the non-conforming setback that's being removed. So there's total of 4, and we'll wind up with 1 unit in the front building and 1 in the rear building, which is being slightly detached by removal of the connector.
Okay. And then we're done. We have a brand new building.
Nope, it'll be 2, 1 structure that's being, quote, disconnected, and that'll have 1 in it. And then the expanded rear building will have the front building will have 1 unit in it. That's being expanded. And in the rear, there will be the detached guest house.
Okay, now I see it. There's the confusion. Okay, so it's actually there. You're detaching it and then fixing it up so it's that where it was detached actually now gets fixed. Okay. Now,
yeah,
yeah, I'm good with confusion. Did the various residences have COs for the dwelling units?
I'm not sure of the exact status of all of those. The buildings were all constructed 1900, well before the obviously the zoning regulations or building department permitting process or records. So they do have the count that they're there. Since we're going from 4 to 2, the issue is, are there 2 there somewhere on the property that precede all this? I believe that's the case.
Okay, so you think that there are 2 that preceded zoning?
Right. I mean, we don't need to prove that we have 4. There are 4 now. We want 2, and we believe that the 2 of them clearly predated the zoning regulations.
Okay. Okay, that gets around that guest house. Okay, great. Thank you.
That's what we kept saying. That's what we were figuring yesterday, but the fact that they all ended up there it's just interesting. But in the old days, people.
Yeah, it's a 4-family lot
Mm-hmm.
in a place where you would never have a 4-family building, that kind of thing. It's just the curiosity for me. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brower.
Welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, you guys? Nope. Anybody from the public wish to comment on 909 North Street in the RA4? Anybody, please raise your virtual hand if anybody has any comments from the public on 909 North Street. Oh. All right. Nick?
Just a quick question, Mr. Brower, just out of curiosity. So the stream from the north to the south goes actually under the building. That's as I see it. It's going to continue under the new building, and Wetlands is okay with that?
No, well, it's being part of the drainage system is being revamped. There's going to be a rain garden in what was now a stone-lined pond.
Right, that's existing, the pond and that kind of thing. But
yes.
the stream from north to south goes under the building still.
No, I believe it will no longer go underneath the building.
Oh. Interesting. Okay.
What?
What?
I'm confused.
Yeah, so am I, but there it is what it is.
Can you just show us that on the plan?
Could you pull up the site development plan?
I missed that entirely.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Is a site development plan available?
working on it.
Tracy, whoever's
Oh,
got
sorry.
it, it would be
They're
the
working
staff
on it.
report, page 76. So
Look
I
at
just,
you.
Mr. Brown, I think it's actually just a curiosity because as I'm
Yeah, yeah,
reading
no.
it, it seemed like the whole thing kind of went under the building and then popped up again into the pond and all that.
Mhm.
And it would just seem to me actually you're building an awful lot of building on top of a pipe. And
Now,
that
let's pull it up, see if we can clarify that, because there's a lot going on with the septic system, drainage and everything else. So we need to blow up the center portion of the
well, actually, if we can start with the lower right-hand corner. So yeah, right there, that's open, kind of an open trench of wetland that comes from the north to the south, and it goes from that point into a 15-inch concrete pipe.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, just so kill the cat here, where does that pipe actually go?
The pipe, go to page, Nick, take a look at conservation's comments on page 5, the first comment they make. And then go ahead, Mr. Brower, but
Well, I think the answer, Madam Chair, is that it goes to the pond and then
Right.
there's another exposed channel.
right.
I don't know if this is east or west. It's probably the south, actually, right? So yeah, Tracy, you're pointing to it right now. Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, I'm pointing it on my screen, but I forgot that you can't see my cursor.
Isn't that frustrating? So, the application was approved by wetlands after discussions addressed the drainage plan for rerouting a new drainage pipe from the northern water course down the town's right-of-way before it crosses back on the subject parcel and then outlets at the southern wetland where a head wall, plunge pool, and riprap splash pad are proposed.
Correct. So that's the red line that we're looking at. Okay,
Right.
so to the left is the outfall, and there's the red line running up the middle of the property. Then there's a manhole right there that then comes back out to North Street. Nope, sorry. So we're going back to the outfall. That's outfall. Slide to the right, up the red line, new manhole. Then it angles back towards North Street, where just above the word street. And that's where that open ditch is now being enclosed that runs from the northern corner.
So,
Okay, so I got it now.
then
So it's
they
actually
say,
that.
so I'm going to give you
it's
what,
from in the street, down the street, and back into the lot, and then the open trench
right.
in the property gets closed up, and it's
Yes.
neither there. Okay, and then
So wait, but wait, Nick, so what, DPW is okay with the town right away, and then it says with the rerouting of the drainage pipe, the northern and south central wetland areas will be altered. However, the applicant proposed to enhance the Stone Line Brook from a minimally flowing water course to a vegetated rain garden, conveying from the proposed improvement.
Correct. So
And
the
the
area,
other thing that's interesting, I'm sorry, Mr. Brower, one more thing. The property is within the drinking water watershed. Isn't that interesting? I mean, you just don't think of it when you see all this development. So that's where she opens. But this is what I'm reading to you is from the IWWA, when they approved it last year. Okay, go
yes,
ahead, Mr.
and that
Brower.
was okay. So that was part of the detailed drainage plan that was reviewed and approved through the wetlands permitting. So the whole drainage plan was reviewed and approved under a full drainage design by the engineering division. So it was submitted as an exemption because of the reduced coverage for the purposes of the P&Z application, but it received the full review and permitting through wetlands by DPW.
Oh, bingo. There it is. There's my confusion.
Right.
Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Okay, so we have a drainage exemption, but there's the drainage plan that was looked at by DPW, which we don't have, which makes sense. Okay, got it. Thank you
And
very much.
also because they go in the town right away.
Right.
That the issue is that they had to look at it because it's in the town right away.
Hmm.
DPW had to.
Yeah,
That's what,
of course,
that's what Sarah has.
but it's like, yeah, Ed,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
No, yeah, I mean, and honestly, I saw the paragraph over the weekend and didn't register it completely until you started asking that question. And then, because I didn't register till you asked about what had happened there,
Mhm.
what was going on. Okay. All righty, anything else, folks?
Mr. Barr, the gallery is not open to the public at all, right? It's just a private art gallery?
Absolutely. Yep.
Great. Thank you.
Anything else? Right, any public comment on 909 North Street? It's weird, there's all these people here and they've not spoken all night. Any public comment on 909 North Street? Nope. All right, anybody object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is closed. Thank you, Mr. Brower.
Thank you. Good night.
Sometimes it pays to be at the end of the meeting when we don't ask as many questions or when we're burned out. Madam Cullen, we have just finished the public hearing. All righty. So thank you for joining us, Kelly. It's always a pleasure, even though we didn't get to chat with you tonight. And Mr. Cohen is in. Our next step, now we go back to the regular meeting. We have the discussion items. The first one is Greenwich Country Club for a pre-application review on the addition of 2 Padel. Oh, could you explain what a Padel court is to us?
Didn't I do that earlier today?
Although I'll tell you, I'll make a prediction right now. 15 years from now, we're beginning to looking at roofs on padel courts because nobody uses them anymore.
Yeah, I know. And you know, all the things that people that get fashionable and we approve them and then they go away.
You mean
And-
sort of like a tennis court, right? Like
Yeah. And Swan Grant, Mr. Cohen, you may remember this. Swan Grant, I once read in a transcript that she was asking what people were going to do with all the huge houses that were being built when they stopped being fashionable. And that was like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for that answer.
And they're
So-
still building them too.
Yeah. And Swan is 103 years old now.
Yeah, I know. She's a wonderful lady.
Yeah. It's
Wow. Anyway, I'm here tonight.
the zoning people are tough. Or tough birds.
She was sweet.
Yep.
Anyway, this is an application for Greenwich. This is a pre-application for Greenwich
Mhm.
Country Club. And I think I can show you what they're proposing to do with the next 2 slides. Greenwich Country Club, which has been around for over 100 years, has a 148-acre campus, mainly consisting of the wonderful golf course. You probably, here it is, and you probably can't see it, but Pat is making a big circle around 2 blue blotches at the north end on the right side of the campus, which represents the 2 Padel courts. Padel, if you don't remember from earlier this evening, is a relatively new racket sport that a lot of people seem to be interested in playing. It's essentially on a doubles type game with tennis rules, but played like squash because they've got glass walls around each of the courts, off of which the game is played. Despite the fact, a little too quick, but that's okay. Here's a, it's despite where it appears on the northern end of the campus, it's over 120 feet away from the closest property line. And it's located on a parcel that the club purchased a few years ago at 25 Dublin Road, which was consolidated into the campus with the approval of this commission. It's located, and now, Pat, if you could go back to the other image. It's located, well, if you look carefully, this is an existing condition, and I think it shows a little bit better on the next image, which will show the location of those two courts, immediately located between an existing tennis court, which the club acquired when it acquired 25 Dublin Road, and the club's paddle tennis facilities immediately to the east. There's the site work is fairly limited. We do have to go to the Wetlands Agency because of the proximity of that the ponds to the north of the new Padel courts, and we'll come back to the application when we've been through that process. I believe we've filed that application, but we expect shortly to have wetlands review. The new lighting involved will conform to the town's regulation, and I'm going to assume, but I'd like a confirmation that the commission would like us to go to ARC for that process. And if there are any other questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them.
Mr. McRae.
Mr. Cohen, previous Padel course we looked at had a trench drain earlier in the evening.
A what?
This one seems to have porous asphalt. They had a trench drain where it was kind of sheet flowing to one side of the court.
That had to do with that conditional exemption. That's true.
Okay, this one has porous asphalt with an under drain. Just because I don't play Padel, can Padel courts be porous? I guess that's what Mr. DeAndrea has in his plans.
I'm told that they can.
Interesting.
And I'm also told that they often are use an artificial turf as the floor of the court, and we know that they can be porous as well. So, but I don't have a drainage, plan detailed yet for you, but I will.
Okay, because I'm looking at something from Mr. DeAndrea's drawings.
Yeah.
Like 2 inches or something, then the gravel, and then his required stuff underneath. Okay. I'm assuming it's going to be lit.
Yes, it will be.
Okay. And there's no landscape?
There will be no landscape. No, it's kind of in a wooded area.
Okay. Thank you.
Patrick?
Just to echo what Mr. Cohen said, would the commission like the applicant to go to ARC for the lighting now?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
I would like them because the only question that is, there's a couple of, Nick asked about the drainage. DPW is going to sign off on that, light compliance, and if trees are always good. I don't know if you said you had no landscaping plan at all, but I think to get the ARC done would make sense because of the lighting. And once you've got compliance on the lighting and you've got it laid out, it makes sense. Tracy?
Yes, Madam Chair. In terms of the porous asphalt, certainly a condition I've seen from DPW is that they will require a certification at the end of the project that the porous asphalt was installed per plan and per manufacturing specs so that it will operate as porous asphalt should.
You know, and the problem with that is that's all great when you first get it installed, but then you have to maintain it.
Right, and that will probably be included in their operations and maintenance
Okay.
plan for the site.
I mean, it's interesting when I hear people talk about how it stops functioning because nobody thought to maintain it, but okay.
Right, yeah, no, you do have to maintain it so it does function.
Anything else? From anybody? Okay, so to go to ARC and move it forward, and we'll see you when you're ready.
Yes,
Looks like it's
ma'am.
looks like it's pretty well done. And
Great,
don't
thank
be
you.
explaining that we have front and rear building lines to anyone.
Okay,
All right, thank you, Mr. Cohen.
thank you.
All right, one more. And this is, can you get, Ms. Orsi, I think, is representing them?
I believe so.
All right. So our next application is, in the discussion items is B 731 Lake Avenue Trust for a pre-application review. And this is to add a pool in a house with an HO designation on a 3-acre property at 731 Lake Avenue. Good evening, Ms. Orsi. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Rachel Orsi from SE Minor on behalf of the applicant for 731 Lake Avenue. We are here tonight seeking pre-application review to hear your thoughts. Oh, Pat's giving you a sneak preview. To hear your thoughts and comments prior to submitting for final site plan special permit. The scope of work is rather limited to a small pool, roughly 15 by 25 feet. There is no work proposed to any of the structures on site, and the proposed pool should not alter the historically contributing elements of the residences or the property. And this application has made its way to you because of the historic overlay that preserves and protects this property. So with the presentation you have here, the property is zoned as RA2 HO and contains just over 3 acres. It is currently developed with 2 dwellings, a single-family residence and a guest house over the garage. The second dwelling unit over the garage was granted through the incentives provided by 6109. Pat, if you can go to the next slide, please. The main residence is known as the Daniel Reynolds House and consists of 3 sections, the western original section, the middle, and the east wing. The original section was constructed in 1743, so prior to America's founding. At the time of construction, there were no zoning regulations, and as such, the siting of the house was prioritized based on necessities, such as land for farming, distance to water sources, and proximity to the road. Because of this, a substantial portion of the residence is non-conforming, located within the front yard setback. Pat, if you can continue. Thank you. This house was once owned by Governor Lowell P. Weicker and his wife Claudia. Is one of the oldest homes in Greenwich, again dating back to 1743, and has maintained its historic character throughout the years. The property is also significant, and it is an excellent example of the gentleman farmer estate, which were established between the 1890s and 1940s as alternative to the grandiose estates built during the time period. And if we can continue, in 1992, Weickers applied for historic overlay through site plan special permit and rezoning application number 1555. The application was approved and this map number 6799 was filed in the land records. At the center of this map is the main residence. You may note that the house's position is rotated 90 degrees from what is typical of today, by which means that the front of the house actually faces the side yard rather than the road. As such, the area behind the house, typically the rear yard space, is located entirely within the front yard by today's zoning standards, and therefore is subject to the more onerous front yard setback. And if we could continue. So why was the pool located in its current position that you see? Well, along with the non-conforming siting of the residence that limits the area of development on site, the following factors constrain the viability of alternative locations for development. On-site wetlands and regulated areas, which have a setback of 100 feet, location of existing septic line and fields for both the main house and the cottage, as well as the location of existing propane tanks. And this map you see before you is a sketch trying to highlight the various constraints of the site. And you can see that the proposed pool is the area highlighted in yellow. It's tucked nicely right behind in the rear yard of the main residence. We have also found that the proposed location.
Can you just go back 1 second? Okay. Right, so you're close enough. Oh, it's outside. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
We've also found the proposed location of the pool is an ideal fit as it is compatible in both size and proportion to the main residence, as well as it does not overwhelm the residents in modern materials or massing, which was an important component of this project as it is a historic overlay. And as we continue through the slides, to give you an idea of what is existing today, this is along the side of the residence. So in between the closest point of the residence to Lake Avenue. So you can walk down just a small walkway here between the house and Lake Avenue. And you can see on the right side of both of these photos, the amount of mature plantings, both evergreen and deciduous, that provide screening from the closest point of the residence to Lake Avenue.
And then the pool would be just on the other side of that gate.
Correct. So as we continue through these, this next photo here is as we're walking further down that walkway. Now we get closer to the backyard behind the house. You can see more of the mature. We have some pines and spruces here, as well as there being an existing fence that also runs along the property line. So if you've driven up Lake Avenue, you might not even realize that the house is there or that this backyard is there. And that was an important point when we went through the variance process with the Board of Appeals, that they understood that there is existing screening and they wanted to make sure that it was being preserved with the granting of the variance that they had. So then these next two slides here, this is the rear of the residence. You can see that there is an existing patio behind the residence. Again, the residence as it sits is non-conforming. It sits currently at about 18 feet from the front property line. In contrast, our proposed pool is at 37 feet, so we have about another 20-foot buffer from the front property line. And the portion of the new pool that is proposed will be replacing a portion of this patio. And the total net impervious is under 500, so it also qualified for a drainage exemption. And then if we continue one more, just to give you an idea of where we have come thus far in the application process. Before filing for final site plan special permit, we've been coordinating with the various departments and agencies. Our goal is to bring you an application ready for your approval and try to button up as many outstanding issues or comments that there may be. So far we've received a wetlands approval via green sheet. We were able to stay just outside of that 100-foot. We also received a front yard setback variance for both the pool and the pool equipment pad. And we also were at the Historic District Commission, received their approval via a certificate of appropriateness. They had all the regular members vote, and they voted unanimously 5-0 to approve for the pool. And the next few slides I have are just some renderings of the proposed pool, so you guys, so you can get an idea of what the proposed pool, how it will be positioned in relation to the home.
Okay, so that's why there's the expansion of the patio. Okay.
So again, this pool is rather small. It's only about 15 by 25. If you take that entire expansion of that patio, So basically everywhere from the smaller pool down, that if you filled all of that in, that would be about the size of a normal pool, so 20 by 40. So the fact that a portion of that is now that small walkway to the right and that seating area to the left, we're able to fill up and utilize that space. And also our clients are not looking for a extremely large and modern pool. They're really looking for something to just really fit into what they have. They've been the homeowner since 2021. So there has been some work previously. I was listening into the briefing yesterday. I know there was mention of at some point somebody came in looking to remove the historic overlay. I could say that that was not our client and not the current homeowner. They are very aware of the historic overlay and also sensitive to it. And that's why what you see here is just exterior work. Again, there's no proposed work to any of the contributing structures or much work to the property in general. And if there's anything else that your commission would like us to consider prior to coming back for final application, or we'd be happy to answer any questions that we can assist at this time.
Does anybody have anything else that they'd like the applicant to address? It seems very comprehensive for what you're doing. It seems you've got everything that we would ask you to consider in a pre-app. So whenever you're ready, that's my take. Any comments from the public on this application at 731 Lake Avenue? Nope, no comments from the public. Okay, so we'll see you when you're ready to come back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okie dokie. Well, we're putting Mr. McRae back on the spot. Oh, no, I can start. I hereby move approval of the January 7th, 2025 minutes. Everybody was present.
Second.
Mr. Wells is seconded. Just a voice vote.
Yay.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. And now we're going to put Nick on the spot any way you want to do it, Nick.
Okay, let me get my act together here. Where did we leave off?
Well, we closed Field Club. We closed 18.
Yep,
Close.
okay. 276 Lake Avenue. Final site plan, special permit, PLPZ 2025-006. Applicants requesting approval for a final site plan and special permit to construct 2 new outdoor padel courts, expand adjacent decking, expanding flagstone walkway, bollard lights, related site drainage and landscaping improvements on 11.1 acre property located in the RA2 zone. Whereas the property contains a non-conforming club use, the applicant has stated there will be no increase in membership. The applicant has stated the existing damaged evergreen screening will be restored. And as required, the property came before the commission as a pre-application at the 11/13/24 public hearing under file PLPZ 2024-399. Commission finds that conservation issue comments dated 2/21/25 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Zoning issue comments on 2/20/25 indicating no comments to the application. ARC issued minutes of their regular meeting from 12/18/24 indicating to proceed to P&Z with comments. The sewer division issued comments dated 2/24/25 requesting the applicant submit a signed letter acknowledging receipt of P&Z comments. DPW drainage, the applicant has submitted a drainage exemption dated 1/6/25. And wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 10/16/24 indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve the application for final site plan special permit with the following conditions. Per sewer division, the applicant has submitted a acknowledgement letter. Per ARC comments, all proposed lighting shall be coordinated in time to shut off in conjunction with existing approved site lighting conditions. All proposed architectural elements, walkways, stones, material of glass, etc., is to match or simulate existing site elements whenever possible. Per conservation comments, the proposed Norway spruce shall be substituted with white spruce. And any and all previous site plan approvals and conditions shall be adhered to, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
One more add. The ARC recommended that the applicant asked that where is it possible? Where did it go? That it's just the proposed lighting will be coordinated in time to turn off to comply with previous zoning approvals.
All proposed lighting shall be coordinated in time to shut off in conjunction with existing approved
I
site
missed
lighting
that.
conditions.
Okay,
That's good.
okay. All right, we're good.
I
Okay,
have one more.
Yeah.
okay.
Applicant will explore whether proposed drainage can cover storms up to 25 years in severity.
No, to increase, we'll explore increasing drainage retention to 25-year storm,
Okay, from 10 years to 25.
from 10 years to 25. That's as strong as I think we can put it.
Yeah, I agree. Let's just
I
get it
mean,
in
I
there.
would love to, Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All right. So on this one, we're gonna just not have low, okay? Because low was seated still on this one.
Right.
So, Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye, and with that, it passes 4-0. Because we can't seat Jones retroactively.
Right after the fact, correct.
Yeah. I didn't think about that when he stayed and we closed them, but this works fine.
It's a lot of a lot of balls in the air. I got it.
No, not really. It's just you have to be focused on the little balls. Okay.
Mr. Laurel, I got a quick kind of weird question here. For the club uses, do we have a caveat about tournament play?
We do not, but
Okay.
generally, I would say that a club would probably disclose special events like that.
Okay.
Listen, in my past life, I dealt with golf courses that had major tournaments, and that was a major concern of the community that they were surrounding. Greenwich has
awful.
never had that, so I would say that it wouldn't be something permitted as of right per se, without contingencies, right?
It's incredibly bad for a neighborhood when there's a major tournament. But Nick, on a lot of the clubs, each one has its own set of conditions.
Yeah.
Some of them have limitations on their activities and others don't. We have to look at what the approvals were, and you kept all the existing. Okay, let's go to 18 close.
Okay. 18
I'm
close
glad
road.
you remembered Arn, I was going to forget about the drainage. I'm
Yeah.
glad you remembered the 25 years. Go ahead.
18 Close Road, final site plan special permit, PLPZ 2025-012. Applicant seeking approval to construct a detached accessory structure resulting in a building volume in excess of 150,000 cubic feet located on a 27.189 acre property in the RA4 zone. Whereas the site is legally non-conforming with respect to, wrong one. The proposed detached accessory structure does not conform to the BZR in terms of height. Commission finds that zoning issue comments on 220 indicating no issues with the application. DPW drainage, the applicant has submitted a drainage exemption dated 8/15/24. And wetlands issue permit number 2024-084 on 9/16/24 indicating no action required. Permit action required. Therefore, motion to approve the application for final site plan and special permit with the following conditions. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall provide a revised architectural drawing signed and sealed by a Connecticut registered design professional indicating compliance with height for accessory structures per section 6205 of the BZR.
Awesome.
Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall provide a revised landscape plan signed by and sealed by a Connecticut registered landscape professional indicating location, species, and count of all proposed plantings. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do we want to ask for staff to review the type and size that, no, let's leave it. Jackie knows what she's doing, or whose application was this? Yes, it's Jackie's.
This is a, yeah.
Yeah, she knows what she's doing.
Mrs.
That's
Pruitt
great.
will,
She'll do it. Okay,
yeah,
so as
you can
long as
read
she has
about
a landscape plan, she'll know what to do. Okay.
Mhm.
All righty. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 4-0. All right, now, from there, we go to 38 Field Point.
Okay, I may need a little assistance on the fire department issue, but give it a try here.
You can weasel word it and just say full satisfaction of the fire department.
Well, as I see it,
Tracy's laughing. She knows exactly what to say.
yeah, I'm getting an apparatus around the building as opposed to, how do I have egress inside? It's two different things to me, so. But it is what it is. Okay, 38 Field Point Road, final site plan special permit PLPZ 2024-461. Applicant is seeking final site plan special permit to add to and alter the existing religious building and install site lighting, landscaping, stormwater management improvements located on a 3,600 square foot parcel in the CGB and CGIOZ both zones. Whereas the property was previously developed with the commission's approval under files PLPZ 2017-143 and 144, which action consolidated in 3 lots into a single 27-acre lot. Oop, wrong one. Sorry, cut and paste by mistake.
That's okay.
The PZBA granted special exception to construct a new church, parsonage, and hall on a parking variance on 12356 under Appeal 2709A. As required, the property came before the commission as a pre-application at the 7/23/24 public hearing under file PLPZ 24278. Commission finds that conservation issued comments dated 11/15/25 indicating, 1/15/25 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Zoning issue comments on 1/16/25 indicating no issues to the application. The ARC issued minutes of the regular meeting from 12/18/24 indicating to proceed to P&Z with comments, and Sewer has issued comments dated 1/16/25 requesting the applicant submit a signed letter of acknowledging P&Z comments. Health Department issued a memo dated 2/10/25 stating if the applicant were to provide food made in the proposed kitchen to the public, then the space will require a health department review and approval. DPW Drainage issued comments 2/21 indicating approval for a zoning building permit. DPW Traffic issued comments dated 2/21/25 indicating resubmittal prior to zoning building permit. And Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 12/4/24 indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to approve the application for final site plan and special permit with the following conditions. Per Sewer Division comment, the applicant has submitted a letter dated 2/12/25 acknowledging comments. Per Conservation comments, all remaining trees on site are to be protected for the duration of the construction. The applicant shall pursue private off-site parking agreements to assist with alleviating the non-conforming parking conditions, and any and all previous site plan approvals that are applicable shall be adhered to, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or environmental issues.
Did you mention going back to ARC for the awning?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's separate sign awning application shall return. I mean, we don't always say that, so it's not a big deal. Tracy, since
Got
this
it.
was yours, do you have any ads? All the ARC stuff I think got integrated.
No, and the fire department comments they're covered under the all remaining and outstanding comments should be.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
that's the thing, I think.
It's gonna go to the fire department anyway, too.
But why don't we just say in the outstanding questions from the fire department shall be addressed to their satisfaction or something like that, because that's
Okay.
what.
Outstanding questions of the fire marshal. Yep.
Yeah. And then this, they're gonna review it separately when they go for. I'm just going down through your list, Tracy. I'm not seeing anything outstanding.
No, fire was the only thing that
Yep,
came up,
okay.
and it was frankly a surprise because the original fire department comments were that they were fine.
Hey, welcome to EV charters. Because remember, we thought we had something buttoned down.
Right.
Okay. And then
Yep.
it turned out we didn't. Okay.
And
So-
this is just distances, and I think also since the site plan was revised to put the red line back on it, the fire marshal can see the distances now. So all good. I think we're fine.
Okay. All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Now we have Madam Jones.
Yes.
Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and that is 5-0, and we go to 280 ORD. And on this one, just before we start, it's Jenkins for Wells, and then on this one, we have Jones for Low.
208 Otter Rock Drive, final coastal site plan special permit applicant seeking approval to construct a new single-family dwelling with attached garage, pool house, formal and playing lawn areas, new drive utilizing the existing curb cut, parking courts, site grading, stormwater drainage, and landscaping resulting in a building volume of in excess of 150,000 cubic feet, located on a 2.34 acre property in the RA1 coastal overlay and flood hazard overlay zones. As required, the property came before the commission as a pre-application at the 10/4/23 meeting, public hearing under PLPZ 2023-342. The property straddles the X and AE 14 flood zones. The applicant has provided a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service self-compliance form for bald eagle mitigation. DEP issued comments on 7/6/24 indicating no issues with the proposal. Conservation issued comments on 12/31/24 indicating no recommendations to the proposal. Zoning issued comments on 1/2/25 indicating no issues to the application. Sewer issued comments on 1/29/25 requesting the applicant submit a signed letter acknowledging receipt of P&Z comments. DPW Engineering issued comments on 1/30/25 indicating resubmittal prior to zoning permit. EMAC issued comments on 6/18/24 indicating recommendations to the proposal. And Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 4/24 indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to approve the application for final site plan special permit with the following conditions. Per conservation comments, all remaining trees on the site are to be protected for the duration of the construction. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall provide a comprehensive soils and erosion plan reflecting DEP, SE, and SC guidelines effective 3/30/24. Per sewer division comment, the applicant has submitted a letter dated 7/6/24 acknowledging comments, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or departmental issues. Mr. LaRoe, I do believe I forgot to add in the coastal information for the project description. Maybe we can add that later on.
We can put it into the decision letter. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Great. There we go. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
I'm
so.
seeing anything else? Anybody? Anything else? Okay. Do I have a second?
Now seated.
Okay. Somebody has to second.
It's not that tough.
Okay. Jones has seconded.
I think I did.
Mary.
Or
Mary.
Mary can have. So,
Mary seconds. Madam Jenkins has seconded. All righty. With that, Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Madam Jenkins,
Aye.
Jones,
aye.
and McRae.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to Stephen Friedheim at
Okay. Hold on to your hats for this one.
One Smith. Oh my gosh, yes.
One Smith Road, final coastal
By the
site.
way, in case you guys are feeling really guilty that Nick worked so incredibly hard for this meeting, I did offer to help him and he did not accept my offer, but he might have accepted one from you guys. That was a ton of motions he wrote in one day.
Yeah. Lonely hotel rooms. Smith
Yeah,
Road.
where
final-
were you?
I'm not
Wait,
going there.
wait.
I got work to do. On Smith Road, final coastal site plan. Again, Mr. LaRoe, I think the coastal stuff I missed on this again. Coastal Site Plan Special Permit PLPZ 2024-438. Applicant is seeking to modify a previously approved final coastal site plan special permit under file PLPZ 2023-193, 401 and 402, which included an RNG structure. The current application includes the following design elements and changes from earlier reviews. Conversion of the guest wing to a 2,277 square foot ADU, which is 12.5% in size to the primary dwelling. Expansion of the upper garage to include a 2-car garage and conversion of the existing garage space into a mudroom and bedroom. Construction of a 2-car detached garage within a previously approved gravel driveway area. Construction of a padel court in the location of the previously approved greenhouse that was not built, and removal of the previously approved cupola and replacement with a roof matching the existing roof line, and relocation of a previously approved chimney and construction of a dormer with a Juliet balcony. Whereas the property is currently under construction from earlier commission approvals, PLPZ 2023-193, 401, 402. A variance of FAR was approved at the 12/11/19 Zoning Board of Appeals hearing, allowing a 0.157 where 0.135 is the allowable FAR. The current application proposes to reduce the FAR to 0.147. The property straddles the X and AE13, AE15 flood zones. The commission finds that DEP issued comments on 7/6/24, indicating no issues with the proposal. Conservation issued comments 12/31/24, indicating recommendations to the proposal. Zoning issued comments on 1/2/25, indicating no issues with the application. Sewer issued comments on 12/30/24, requesting the applicant submit a signed letter acknowledging receipt of P&Z comments. DPW Engineering issued comments on 1/30/25, indicating resubmittal prior to zoning permit. And EMAC issued comments dated 6/18/24, indicating recommendations to the proposal. And Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 2/3/25, indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve the application for modification of final site plan special permit with the following conditions. Per conservation comments, the phasing plan shall ensure ensure parking is not under existing trees or within the wetland area.
And more detail in the phasing plan.
Give me a minute.
Okay.
Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall provide a comprehensive soils and erosion control plan reflecting the DEP, SE, and SC guidelines that effective for 3/30/24. And per the sewer division comments, the applicant submitted a letter dated 1/21/25 acknowledging comments, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
You didn't actually say more detail in the phasing plan. You didn't say we don't want it to be generic.
I said it's got to conform to the DEP. And per the conservation, they want to make sure that no parking is under a tree or the wetland area.
But then somewhere Jackie also had the comment that it was, or said to us that it was generic somewhere. So that's all. Okay, well, that's good. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mary. Hold on a second. Mary is not seated on. Oh, no, we're on this. Yes. I'm sorry, I skipped. Okay, so Mac, Jenkins has seconded. And Mac Wright, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Yeski?
Aye.
And no?
Aye.
Okay, and Alban is also aye.
And me.
And Jenkins. You seconded and I forgot. Okay, fading. Okay. All right, we got them all. So that's 5-0. All right, last one. 909 North Street.
909 North Street.
Wait, on this one, it's Jones and is seated. Because we opened and closed this one tonight. Okay, so it's Jones for Wells,
No, Jones for Low.
Jones for Low. Gosh. Okay. It's just that you guys are so much alike.
You confused him with Yeski before. So
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Dennis and Ann. It looks like that's what. Sorry.
Dennis and
Wait.
Ann?
Let's do
Uh-oh.
some more analysis. Could the
Yeah.
chair just be losing it and you just need to ditch the chair because he's really fading?
No,
Okay, go ahead,
no.
Nick. Go.
Moving on, 909 North
So-
Street, PLPC 2024-456, final site plan special permit. The applicant seeking approval to demolish a freestanding single-family dwelling and pump house disconnected with cistern gallery from the remaining residence and a conversion of a duplex residence into a single-family dwelling with a proposed addition, pool, patios, landscaping, drainage improvements, the volume which would exceed 150,000 cubic feet on a 4.003 acre property in the RA4 zone. Whereas the proposal will reduce the total dwelling units from 4 to 2. The existing dwelling is non-conforming with respect to front yard setback and would remain unchanged at 23.3 feet with the proposal. The proposed addition would be 63.1 feet from the property boundary, which would be less than the required 75 feet. The commission finds that zoning issue comments dated 1/16/25 indicating no issues with the proposal. Health Department issued an approval letter dated 2/10/25 for a 2-bedroom accessory structure and a 4-bedroom primary residence. Conservation issued comments dated 1/15/25 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Engineering drainage, the applicant has submitted a drainage exemption dated 9/5/24. And the Wetlands Agency issued permit number 2024-096 on 10/28/24. Therefore, a motion to approve the application, noting the following: the per conservation comments, the applicant shall substitute Norway spruce and Serbian spruce for native black spruce or red spruce, and green giant arborvitaes for emerald green arborvitae. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
So just a question, did we even remember, I'm blanking, the second curb cut that they're proposing that would require highway division approval?
Highway didn't comment on that. I mean, DPW didn't.
No, it was an
Bianca has
exemption,
this-
but I don't think I had anything about it.
All I have is Bianca's comment that a proposed second curb cut would require highway division approval, and I totally forgot about it.
Oh, yeah. So we would just it would happen no matter what. I thought you were
So
saying.
we just say no, so I just,
Yeah,
let's
that
just
that just
say.
goes through the normal permitting process.
Yeah.
So let's just say an applicant shall obtain DPW sign off for the proposed additional curb cut.
When? Before or after the permit?
I would think.
So usually it's
before, right?
after.
It typically, Nick, would happen
After.
before building permit. So
Yeah.
if we don't say anything, that's when it would happen.
Okay. So we'll just say before building permit.
That
Just
works.
'cause Bianca raised it.
Yeah.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Hold on a second. Oh, that's the old application. Okey doke, sorry. I was just double checking that we didn't, because that was odd for us to move it relatively quickly. All right, so Wells has seconded. Jones, how do you vote?
Aye.
McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Sorry. And Albin is also aye, and did I get 5 people?
Nope. Wells also votes aye.
All right.
Counting to
Okay.
5 has gotten hard tonight. I'm sorry.
I know, once we were doing the 4s for a while, I was cool with 4. And it's only 9:20, you guys, and it feels like midnight, but
7:30 felt like 9:30 earlier, but yeah.
didn't it really? Did it just go really long?
I think we just we went deep into a few applications that just took a lot of the mental space, you know.
Yeah, and then when we got to the end, we were moving really quickly, which I used to say you really want to be at the end of a P and Z meeting because they're tired and they're just going to approve anything. Anyway, 10 a.m. Friday, we have an exec. The topic of the exec is Mason Street Honda 830G. And that's it that I can think of. What I was struggling with tonight during and it's just a general thing. It's it's the way 6205 is written. It is a really confusing sentence that has been, we think, historically interpreted a certain way, and we should stick to that historic interpretation, but we want to verify on 3 projects that we know of how it was interpreted, just to be sure.
6205, which sentence?
It's
The
a
double asterisk.
double asterisk sentence. And it says, so 6205 has, for the CGBR, says that the FAR is 0.3. And then it says, has a double asterisk next to the 0.3, and it says use group 2A and 2B only. So the 0.3 only applies to use group A, 2A, and 2B. And then it says 0.9 FAR on all other permitted uses. Okay, good. And then there's a semicolon, and it says this 0.9 FAR shall not apply to uses between the front and rear building lines.
And then there's another office reference at the back end. So yeah, it's a very
So the question is, when we say the 0.9 FAR doesn't apply to buildings, to uses between the front and rear building lines, what are those uses supposed to do? And we think that the traditional read, as Tracy and Patrick explained on Monday, has been that there is no FAR limit between the front and rear building lines. But we want to look at the transcripts of the biggest buildings we've done on the Avenue, which is 3 projects, and just double check how the commission did those.
Yeah.
So then in an abstract, it's would be governed by height only.
And
And
story,
coverage and stories
but only building coverage, ironically.
Building coverage, yeah.
and
Because
building
lot
coverage.
coverage is exempt in
Right.
in the quad asterisks. So
And so that's how, so I don't want to talk about a specific application because there's nobody here, but just generally, that what we just have to double check, because we haven't had a big project in the CGBR for a while, is just double check how the commission was interpreting it before all of us were born. Because Nick, you're going to remember, when did Rydberg do the 2 projects at the bottom of the avenue? First, he did the one on the left, on the right, and then he did the one on the left.
Early 2000s.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Ralph Lauren was built.
I think later than that, actually, but
Yeah, I couldn't remember. I think maybe Ralph Lauren was like 2004, 2003, all before our time. And let's just see what the commission said. To me, it feels like all of those are more than 0.9. That there is,
well, yeah.
I mean, they'd have to be. The Ralph Lauren building demolished like 4 buildings
correct.
and built in their spot to the same height. But we didn't have the protection of nonconformities then. So the commission must have felt that that was within the regs.
But we want comparables with rear building lines and
Yeah.
and all that.
And it has to have a front and rear building line.
Right.
And
Which
no,
gets to Jackie's point in the staff report of other things, is that the front does matter for that factor.
right. And then no, the history of front and rear building lines is just that they made this deal so that they could take everybody's parking and pool it and turn it into municipal lots. And they said that buildings that were between those 2 front and rear building lines didn't have required parking anymore because they were having pooled parking instead. So that's the history of how we got that. But it confounds everybody when we start talking about front and rear building lines, because you don't frickin' see it anywhere in any other zoning. I've never seen it. I haven't found it anywhere else.
Well, the cool thing about the building lines is that it's the historic front and rear facade of all the buildings. So
Yeah.
you can kind of see how the town was in 56 or whatever, pre-56, I should say.
Walked away with more questions after our discussion yesterday than I had coming in because it
Oh.
just started to circle
Yeah.
around.
So I actually, what I asked Patrick is to walk me through it with very slow words because I was really stuck reading that sentence. I kept reading it over the weekend. I think I didn't do enough work on other applications because I kept looking at that sentence.
Well, it's a
Jackie and
tough
I got all
sentence.
twisted up in that sentence too.
Yeah. I kept
talked
reading it and going,
Okay, but she's like, oh, that's up to you guys. That's up to you guys. And I'm like, okay.
yeah, I just think we have to understand it. Now, we do have the height restriction, we do have stories restriction, and we do have use restrictions on the avenue. So whatever we decide isn't a real danger for the avenue if there's not an FAR limit. A lot of people do fine without FAR. But we just need to make sure we understand it, and then that's it. So that's what I was stuck on, and I didn't want to delve into it with anybody until we had read it together internally more and seen what we've done.
Yeah.
Arn, you're thinking something?
Yeah, and is it fair to say this lack of FAR limit has more to do with what the commission found when it set up the rules? Because some buildings didn't give up any parking, or the parking that they do have, they just reserve for themselves. They're not giving common parking like the current applicant we talked about today.
Right. And some buildings, I think it was done on where you could make a parking lot.
Right.
I mean, that's
There were
the best.
streets too. Remember that, like Liberty Way was a road that was like the alley behind the east side businesses north of so that it's a unique I'm gonna say it's fun, but it's interesting to go back and look at what the landscape was then and the method that the town took to do what they did now. It's very forward thinking, I think, in the way that they did it, but how it was intended to be executed going forward. Obviously, they built in flexibilities for future commissions to make decisions like you all are making, but the intent is what I want to give you guys. So there's a consistent background so that you know where we came from and where we're going. So
That's exactly, and that was really what I didn't want to say out loud in the when we were hearing applications, is I really want to make sure that the intent is what we're respecting of how previous commissions were looking to protect the avenue and what they meant. And so I just didn't want to get into it because of course the applicant's going to say, oh, sure, it's allowed. I mean, all applicants are going to say that. We have to be sure that what we're doing is what was meant for us to be doing.
And to your point, yes, you are the interpreter, but we want to give you the past practice, right? So
and really my take is, and I was even if we had a different interpretation now, isn't it our job to respect also what past commissions, how they were looking at the avenue? Because it is the crown jewel, and how they were thinking about it is very relevant to us because they weren't stupid and they figured out something that has worked. I mean, at this point, one of the things we've talked a lot about is we probably need to start requiring parking for buildings that incrementalize the demand for parking, even though they're between the front and rear building line, because that was at a very low level of demand. And so the avenue is too busy now. There's no place to go. There's no place to park. Everybody complains about that. So should we be increasing the parking requirement?
but simple math is that we started off with a single car households, right, in the beginning, and now we're where we're at now, right? So excluding Mary, everybody else, right?
I mean, 63, there's as many cars as there are people. Yeah, so that's the thing. And so we just have to consider all that. And as we look forward, we also have to think about how we would, none of us really have our brain around how we would require parking on the avenue. Because the front and anything that was between the front and rear building lines just didn't require it.
Well, I think you've all approached the subject when it's come up recently about concerns, and you've made decisions based on that, which is good. But yeah,
Well,
you want to have a consistent formula.
there's no question that traffic and parking are key concerns for people today.
I just read a study the other day that parking creates traffic.
It's true. We know that. We know that. We know that.
Which is an
And
interesting.
that would argue
Yeah.
against creating more parking.
Yes. In fact, there's a lot of research that says you should reduce your parking requirements because that way people will stop driving. But for that, you need public transit. I got to be able to get there. And that's the flaw in that argument. There's no way to get there. I mean, I guess
You can make the people do the mode switch or make decisions, but then if at some point, if it's a finite resource and you have alternatives, you strangle yourself, right?
So that's the problem right now with no alternatives. I mean, yeah, I could take a train from Coscob to Greenwich Avenue.
Right.
I'd wait half an hour. Last request for you guys, if you could ask staff, since there are so many decision letters this week prior to the next meeting, if we could get them by
We want the
Friday.
letters earlier. Oh, sure.
Yeah, I mean, just give us at least the weekend, because when we get them on a Monday or Tuesday, it is really hard to get them proofread.
Understood.
Because you're still looking at what your questions are on applications, and probably because we don't multitask as well as you guys do, but if we could just see them, I don't want to press staff because I know they're a hassle to do, but
Oh, but this is timely because we're getting good feedback from you all separately, and we're trying to, keep improving our staff reports, but also your workload. So this is good.
no, the staff reports were great this week. They were just great.
I agree. It was just wonderful. It really made some very difficult things
They were
understand.
wonderful. They were so good. I was so proud of what fantastic professionals we have just across the board. But it's just, so I don't want to press people. So it doesn't have to be like a week ahead of time, but just to give us at least a day. And even then, if it's a really bad agenda, it's hard to focus on the letters sometimes. I mean, we have the same problem that staff does. Nobody likes decision letters. We don't, right?
It's funny how the least fun activity is writing up the decision, right? It's like, after all the work, you think you'd want to be, proud to be done with.
I know.
So
And I'm
Nick will
like,
need your notes.
Yeah.
On its
Yeah.
way.
Thank you. You can send them to me and I will distribute
Great, thank you.
everybody. Thank you.
All right, everybody.
very
See you
helpful.
Friday.
Thank you for your
Bye.
time, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.